Okay, now we continue the public hearing for consideration of a petition from the Osborne home to amend the text of the City of Rye Zoning Code Association to create new use and development standards for senior living facilities in the R2 zoning district. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Yes, I believe Steve Rabel is here and will be speaking briefly. He is being promoted and promoting Andrew Tung. I believe Matt Anderson is on too.
Kristen, can you hear me?
I can. Andy and Matt have been promoted. Is there anyone else you need promoted?
Can I be promoted?
You are.
I don't think I am. I think I'm just a participant. I'm still a participant. I'm happy to speak, but I was hoping to briefly share my...
We're working on that.
That's better. Can you all hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, great. The only other person that you may want to elevate is Steve Cipolla from Hardesty in Hanover, our traffic engineer, who is with us tonight. So while that gets going, I'll just briefly introduce myself and the group. Again, for the record, my name's Steve Rabel. I'm with the law firm of McCullough, Goldberger, and Stout. I have with me tonight Matt Anderson, the president and CEO of the Miriam Osborne Memorial Home Association, Andrew Tung from DTS Provident, and Stephen Cipolla from Hardesty in Hanover. So I just want to speak very briefly. We did submit to you our updated local law, which incorporated the changes we had discussed in our March submission and discussed at our last public hearing last month. So that redlined all of our changes, reducing FAR, reducing permitted lot coverage, building heights, and some setback regulations, and codifying your council's request for the 100-foot parking setback from Post Road and the evergreen screening. We did, in order to illustrate this point, submit as well an updated illustrative diagram. Can you all see that now?
Yes.
Great. So this was included in our package. It updated the square footage calculations as well as showed some reduced stories, particularly as we had noted in our last meeting. We imposed a new limitation on buildings within 400 feet of Osborne Road, reducing their height to 3 stories and 45 feet. And that's what this purple line represents, the 400-foot setback. I know there was some potential confusion as to what that new line meant, but we updated for ease of reference the zoning diagram that I know you're all familiar with. You'll see here the blue, yellow, and red lines are all the same as what had been discussed previously and previously submitted. This dark blue line is that 400-foot line that creates the 3-story, 45-foot height restriction. So that was all I had wanted to address up front. But certainly if you, the council, have any questions for us, we've got our team here tonight and we're happy to answer them as best we can. Thank you.
Any further? Josh Nathan?
Steve, thanks. Was that last chart that you showed us the one that we got today?
Yes.
Okay. So that's new?
It is a new drawing, but it is consistent with the illustrative diagram that you received on June 3rd.
Okay. So what's the difference? Or is it just a different picture of the same thing?
It's essentially imposed on an aerial, so it's a different picture of the same setbacks.
Okay, so that's it. It's just that it's on the aerial as opposed to...
It's on the aerial, and we labeled with the arrows what the setbacks represented. Just to clarify, I know there were some questions about the different colored lines and what does this new line mean. So we hope that this would clear up any question.
It was included in the agenda packet too, Josh.
No, this is the one we got at 4:46 today.
This one.
But it was in the agenda packet. I'm telling you, when it was in the agenda packet from last week. So it was maybe resent to us, but it's in the agenda packet.
I didn't see it in mine, but okay.
Just to clarify, everyone, what's shown on Steve's screen right now was in the agenda packet.
Yeah, that we have. It's just the other one wasn't.
The other one, which is the aerial with the text showing the actual, this one, was just received today. It will be uploaded to our website, but this just shows with text which each line reflects in terms of the setback.
In essence, it's the same information over a different picture.
That's exactly right. There's no new
it's the same information, no new information.
That is correct.
Thank you. And then can you tell us a little bit about the parking situation with the 400 setback?
The parking setbacks.
Yeah, parking or road situation that will be around, that could be potentially, how is it being screened, and how far away from Osborne Road will it be?
Right. So per our prior discussions and the council's request, there is proposed a 240-foot setback from Osborne Road for roadways or potential parking areas, as well as a 100-foot setback from the post road, both of which are required now to be screened with evergreen plantings.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is the right time, but while we're clarifying things, I had received some questions about the traffic study and the placement of an automated tracking responder at a certain location on Osborne Road. I spoke earlier today with Mike Galante, and I know Stephen is here tonight from the traffic engineering firm. I did receive clarification that the location of that ATR, I think is the acronym, was because there was a Department of Transportation study that had been done in 2016, and they were placing that ATR in the exact same location just so that they had some comparative data from 2016. It was totally unrelated to the traffic count that they were doing at the corner of Thial and Osborne, where they tracked every vehicle, whether or not it looped into the Osborne driveway, and all of the vehicles that were turning in and out of Osborne home. And then the projected data was the result of, max occupancy within 10 years, and using the data that they had from actual traffic patterns at the Osborne. And adding, I wish I was a traffic engineer. Am I doing okay so far, Steve?
You're doing great.
Okay. But anyway,
right on.
The yield on the traffic study is 5 additional cars per peak hour. And I just think that's relevant. The placement of that ATR was not, intentional to obfuscate traffic patterns going into the school. It was actually, purposeful. It did not impact the study, which took place with camera monitoring at the 2 different locations, at the exit of the Osborne home and at the corner of Thial and Osborne. So I just wanted to clarify that from the beginning. Please, if the traffic engineer has anything to add, go ahead. But I hope that.
Emily, I'll pitch in for the traffic engineer before he gets a chance. And just add that we received the further information that there was new data collected from the intersection of Osborne Road and Boston Post Road, as well as at Osborne and Thiel. And that went into the statistic that you have reported. Mr. Traffic Engineer, did we collectively do okay?
Yes, I believe you explained it very well, and I agree with your statements regarding the ATR and the reason for the placement to match the DOT's location just for comparative and statistical purposes. And it had, and it wasn't taken into any account for our analyses, which were based on the actual turning movement counts conducted via video at the Osborne Theo and at the Osborne main driveway with Theo.
Thanks, Steve.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions from the council for the Osborne group? Okay, then I'd like us to open the public hearing or reopen the public hearing. Kristen, do we have to do anything formal to do that, or can we simply invite speakers asking them to please adhere to our 3-minute custom, and we will allow time for repeats after any newcomers have spoken. Emily?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. One more. Stephen Rabel, is it possible to pull up that map again?
Sure. Would you like the diagram or the aerial?
The diagram, I think.
Can you all see it?
And I wondered, this is in the agenda packet. So if folks are pulling up the agenda packet at home, this exact diagram is in the agenda packet.
Right. I just wanted to hear the perspective from, Stephen or Matt, but there's a lot of talk about the green space generally, but particularly with respect to that area right there that you're circling at the northwest corner of Osborne and Thiel. And I just want to clarify that you have a setback, which is the blue line.
Correct.
Can you tell me what that means?
So I think perhaps even better is it's 160 foot. That is the existing, that is the proposed setback, which is a 160 foot increase to 300 feet within which buildings could be constructed on the property. Outside of this, a building would be prohibited.
So I guess my question, to be direct, is that it is impossible for the Osborne to do any building on that property right there.
I would say the summary answer is yes. Could there be passive recreation? We've identified that as a use. So could someone put a small garden in, or I guess a fence or some new plantings? I think that would be possible.
Property is I guess implicit in the zoning text amendment that you've proposed, because the setback is 160 yards, which comprises almost all of that corner.
I think it's 300 feet, Emily.
And it is explained in the text amendment. It's already in black and white, in little, already written out.
Right. So
that would be the law. That would be the law.
Yeah. Correct. The law is that they could not build in that area.
Correct.
Thank you.
Josh Nathan.
Thanks for clarifying. That light blue line then, where is that in relation to, there's a chain link fence that runs across the back of the property there. Is that roughly where that blue line is, or is the chain link fence in front of it or behind it?
Andy, are you able to identify where the chain link fence is in relation to this?
I know that it's at one part, it's down by the sidewalk because that's where the water area is, but then it jogs back deep into the property.
Yeah, the chain link fence is actually a little bit on the diagonal. So it's about 240 feet to greater than that as it goes towards the school. So it's roughly that distance, yes.
And just one other question about that area. Can retaining ponds or impervious surfaces be included in that area?
No impervious surfaces except for perhaps a walkway, but no roadways or parking.
I think there already is a retaining pond.
There is already a detention area.
Yes.
Marked
In
there
the-
on the diagram.
That's a vegetated basin, and those would be vegetated basins would be permitted. Yes.
So, I'm sorry, so the chain link fence is closer to the sidewalk than the current setback, or around the same, or further in?
It's a little closer as it gets closer to the corner. It's on a diagonal, so it's not parallel to these lines that are drawn here.
Okay, so this whole setback is behind that fence. That's what I'm trying to
That's
get at.
correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
Yes.
In other words, Josh,
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, but let's just say it out loud so that everybody understands. So the chain link fence where it currently is makes this area smaller than it will actually be if we're using the chain link fence as a line, right?
Correct. Correct. The green preserve, if you want to call it that, or buffer area or setback area, would meet or exceed the chain link fence. Rather than shrink it, it would protect even a greater area.
Yeah, I would say it's the opposite. It doesn't shrink it, it enlarges it.
Right.
And is there any provision now for public access? Right now, there is public access in that space. Or it's at least there's
Private
informal.
property, though, Josh. I mean, I think people can use it.
I'd like to finish the question,
Yeah.
Julie, and then you can
sure.
answer it if Steve doesn't want to answer it. But my understanding right now is that there is informal public access to a portion of that property on the Osborne Road side of the chain link fence. Is there any provision for continuing that, or is that not part of this now?
So there's no specific language pertaining to the creation of a public space, though passive recreation is permitted. And I don't know that we're looking to try and create a potential new pseudo-public use. I certainly don't know if that's something the neighborhood would be interested in having, people from all over coming in. But it's not specifically contemplated in the zoning, which is particular to the senior living use.
I mean, just so that the public understands when you say passive recreation in the zoning text amendment, what that means is passive recreation for the Osborne home residents. It's not passive recreation for them that they have informally, some of them may or may not have been using it. Just so there's clarity around it, that's all.
Well, to clarify it further, currently, as Julie noted, it is private property that the public has been allowed access to. So, barring any significant change, I imagine the Osborne would continue to act as a good neighbor and work with the public and continue the relationship that they have now. There's nothing exclusionary in the zoning either.
Right. No, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear that the text amendment is when people see passive recreation, they need to understand that that's not, if you're on the neighbor side of the fence, that doesn't mean for you, the neighbor. That means for the Osborne. The Osborne may continue to allow you to do that, but that's not what the text amendment means, because there are some folks who might have read that to think, oh, that's for us, yay, or not, or that's for us, oh no. Whatever their thoughts are, I just wanted to be clear. It's passive recreation is not the same thing as what the public may or may not be doing there informally now that the Osborne may be permitting and may continue to permit for eons.
I think that, Stephen's point, there's been this sort of neighborly agreement or whatever, but I would be surprised if somebody were to think that, literally this happened to me once. I came home and somebody was swinging on my tree swing that did not live here. And I thought that was really weird. Like, you don't go into someone else's private property and start playing on their property, right? So I do think we need to understand and respect the fact that although they've been a good neighbor, this is their property, and for safety for their residents, for just their own being able to manage their own facility, it's up to them, who can be on that property.
My question, Julie, was...
No, but I'm finishing now. So I'm just saying that I think that I am very, very hesitant to get into a place where a private property owner is expected to allow his or her property to let there be usage by another party. That is their property. And so it's up to the Osborne, and I would never support a mandate, that any homeowner has to cede their property for the amusement of others. I mean, that seems far-fetched.
What I was asking Mr. Rabel was whether that property, whether the intention of their text amendment, because there has been informal use, which the Osborne has graciously permitted for years, that green space, a portion of that green space, is something that the neighborhood has been allowed informally to walk on and, be with their kids on and do whatever they do, and that it has been neighborly, which is different from somebody coming on your swing set that you haven't said, hey, you're welcome to use my swing set. And I just wanted clarity that what the text in the amendment says, it's not changing the informal nature of that insofar as it's not formalizing that. It is saying that is our property. It is for passive recreation. And it is, but that does not mean passive recreation means for us as a senior living area, not for you, the neighbors who we have allowed to use that. That doesn't mean it will discontinue or will continue. It doesn't mean anything, but the text amendment is not addressing that question, which I know has been raised by some people. I'm just asking for the clarity. So that question is for Mr. Rabel.
It's a good question, Josh, and I'll let Stephen answer it in 1 second, because I guess as a commissioner of Rye Town Park, we talk about Rye Town Park being a passive park a lot. And so I can understand that there could be confusion that this passive recreation usage would somehow insinuate that it was for the public, and that the passive use is for the use of the Osborne residents. I've walked my dog back there recently while waiting for baseball games to finish, and I've noticed other people walking their dogs, and I think that's what you're talking about with respect to the informal use, Josh, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the neighbors use it, and they have access because they have access insofar as there's no barrier preventing them from using it. And my understanding is the Osborne hasn't actively gone out and asked them not to use it, and that's between the Osborne and the neighbors. But yes, it's to your point that use of passive has a meaning that's passive recreation, and people just should know what it means and what it doesn't mean.
Right.
Steve Rabel, is there anything that you wish to add?
I believe I've addressed the question, but our intention was to continue to permit the potential use of the land by the Osborne or potentially its guests or invitees, or the informal public use for walking and quiet recreation. The idea being, if someone were to walk the area, we're not going to come out and say you're now violating our zoning.
Okay, but that's discretionary, which is fine. I just want clarity. Am I correct? That's like you could move the fence if you decided to build a garden there or expand the arboretum. You could move that chain link fence or create a different barrier and say, now we're going to use this for our passive recreation and it's not for the neighbors. I mean, you've always had that right. And I just wanted clarity that you're always having that right continues under this.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was all I wanted to know.
But more importantly, is they're not going to do anything there. They're going to leave it open as is, and that there's not going to be any changes. So the neighbors will not see any change. They will use the land. They will enjoy the beauty. They will be able to have the landscape. They will be able to just go their day about exactly the same. And it's just the sameness I think it's what's important.
Well, visually they'll see it. Visually they'll see the same thing, and visually they'll enjoy the beauty, and their ability to walk on it and use it will continue to be discretionary, which is, I'm just clarifying, it will continue to be discretionary on the part of the Osborne. So
I hear us going around in a circle here, and I think we can move on. If there are no other questions from the council for the Osborne group, then again, I'd love to hear from the public. Again, subject to our 3-minute convention with, once everybody's had that chance, with the opportunity for repeats if people wish. So, Kristen, if you could see if anyone is interested in speaking, and if people could please give their name and address.
First speaker is Robert November.
Yeah.
I'm Robert November, 4314 Thiel Road.
Hi, Robert.
I speak tonight for myself as the president of the Osborne Residents Association, representing the hundreds of Rye residents who are in independent living at the Osborne. I will give a brief recap of what I've said previously, but I want first to remind the board that you have received a letter from the association in support of the zoning variation signed by 120 residents, and letters from others who preferred to write individually. For us Osborne residents, Rye is our home, and our quality of life depends on the economic viability of the Osborne. In this increasingly competitive environment for continuous care communities, it must upgrade its facilities and to grow to be able to afford to. The competition is increasing. If we in the Osborne on Thiel Road receive promotions from new communities, you must be getting them also from new places in Purchase, White Plains, Riverdale, and just this week from New Rochelle. As Rye Osborne residents, we have received, frankly, a gratifying level of support from the Osborne, and we are sure that the necessary expansion will be done in a way that will protect the interests of the residents and of the neighbors. The Osborne is a beautiful place, very well maintained, and we're also confident that any expansion will be done in a way to maintain that beauty for our and the Rye community's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Pearson.
Thank you, Kristen. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I'm Bill Pearson. I live at 3 Holly Lane in Rye. My wife and I have lived in Rye for 30 years. Our 3 sons were raised here and attended Rye schools. I've been a board member of the Rye Nature Center and a Little League and youth soccer coach. I've been a trustee of the Osborne for 14 years, and I'm the past chair of the Osborne board. My mother was a 4-year resident of the Pavilion, the Osborne Skilled Nursing Center. On behalf of my fellow board members, donors, staff, and more than 400 Rye residents and voters who call the Osborne their home, we respectfully ask that you vote in favor of the pending senior living zoning text amendment proposal. Over the past nearly 4 years, since 2019, the Osborne has collaborated with the City Planning Commission, the City Council, our residents, our neighbors, and other members of the Rye community to revise and refine this zoning text amendment proposal to balance our needs to refresh and renew our campus and expand our home care services, and to address the needs and concerns of the Rye community. As a result, our proposal now includes many elements that matter to the community and to us, including enhanced landscaping and screening requirements intended to prioritize open space elements and ensure that the Osborne maintains its beautiful green campus, increase setbacks beyond what is currently required that will preserve the significant green space at the corner of Osborne and Thiel Roads, as has just been discussed, and greater limitations on building heights than what is currently permitted and what was recommended by the Planning Commission. If the zoning text amendment is approved, the Osborne will create a site plan and submit it to the city for review, public input, and hearings, updating, and eventual vote. Throughout the site planning process, the Osborne will collaborate with interested stakeholders to address construction-related questions such as vehicle parking, noise control, stormwater management, and tree preservation. It's been nearly 25 years since the Osborne has expanded and upgraded its facilities to provide the highest quality care to our residents and to offer the best work environment for our employees. Should the zoning not be approved, the Osborne will be at risk of significantly falling behind regional competitors and industry trends. When the Osborne last renewed our campus, we were at the vanguard of senior living communities. With the planning flexibility this text amendment provides, we will be able to continue to provide the best senior living experience that can be found anywhere and to continue to be a major part of the Rye community. As a not-for-profit organization, we are committed to the excellence we provide for the long term. Any surplus created by our operations is used to continue to improve the services we provide. These services include more than $3 million annually in services to seniors in need in the community, both on and off our campus.
Bill, sorry, your time is up.
Okay, so I believe that the structure we have here meets our needs and the city's needs. We respectfully ask for your approval, and we look forward to working collaboratively with the council and the community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alice Modell.
Hello, I'm Alice Modell. I live at 2402 Theol Road. I'm a resident of the Osborne for 12 years. I've lived in the Sound Shore communities my whole life. I grew up in New Rochelle, lived in Larchmont for 42 years, and have been here at the Osborne ever since. I would like people to be aware that we're just asking at this point for a zoning variance, and that all the details for the planning will be handled by the Planning Commission. That's done in every municipality that I know about. And I, in reference to traffic problems, I know I never go down Osborne Road anywhere near 3 o'clock because I know that you just can't do that. So I don't think that any additional traffic will be at that corner. So there shouldn't be any problem for children going to the school. I've been part of the community. Also, I have volunteered at the Nature Center in Rye before COVID. I have a wonderful pen pal with whom I've been writing as part of our intergenerational program here. And a few weeks ago, I had the pleasure of inviting her to this campus. And we took a walk in the rain on the campus, and she thought it looked just like a college campus. I thought that was very cute. But please pass the zoning ordinance, and that will take care of the other things as they come along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marjorie Miller.
Marjorie Miller. I have a house at 5024 Seal Road. I've been here 1 year. I lived in Scarsdale for 70 years. As a resident of this place, I am always continually surprised and pleased at how they care for residents, staff, and property. The property, I think that they're just fabulous neighbors. But I do want to address one other thing. At the last meeting, I overheard some of the parents talking about their concerns for their children. I'm a former nursery school teacher and director of a nursery school and a social worker. And all I can say is that these kinds of buildings and sites and exciting kinds of things that go on in the neighborhood are wonderful opportunities for children to learn about other kinds of places. They can learn about plumbing, they learn about growing, they learn about building and measurements. They'll wear hard hats probably if they want to come by and look at the place. So I just want to assure parents that I understand their concern, but it can be a wonderful opportunity if you reframe it and think of it as a wonderful way to be new neighbors with people who we've been friendly with before. Yesterday, there was a flag day here, and several of the children from the Rye School District and from Osborne came here to play their instruments and sing. It was wonderful, and the residents just enjoyed them so much, and the children enjoyed it so much. And there's an intergenerational feeling of neighborhoodliness, and I think that will continue and only be benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Davis.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I am an attorney, 202 Mamaroneck Avenue, White Plains, New York, 10601. I represent a very large group of families. The names, and plus there are some more, they're set forth in my April 4th, 2022 earlier submission. I'll be short and right to the point. In the spirit of cooperation, we would request that there be an adjournment of this application until the fall so that the city and the Osborne can work with my clients and all the residents of the neighborhood. We recognize that there will be a zone change approved by this board. We want to make sure that it's done right. The Osborne has been in business for over 100 years. We don't see the urgency. CEO Anderson has repeatedly advised this board that he is not sure what he intends to do at the site, that he wants to do studies, marketing, analysis. So we don't really understand what is the urgency to do it. And because of the pandemic and what's been going on this year, we think it would be in everybody's best interest to, in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration, work so that when it comes time for the application, there will be a little less hostility between the parties. Everybody can understand each other. And then when the application comes back before this board for a vote, people could sign off on it. So I would ask again that the board act with caution, that there is no rush. Nobody has stated that there is a rush. Every commercial enterprise, and this is a commercial enterprise, always pretends if you don't do something today, the sky will fall. Well, the sky is not going to fall, and we would ask that you use caution. And why not have everybody meet with the neighbors more at the site and everybody work towards a resolution rather than there being continued tension? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Buccieri.
Welcome, Mike.
Yeah, how you doing? Hi, folks. It's Mike Buccieri from Water's Edge, 57 Water's Edge, Rye, New York. And if you don't live at Water's Edge in Rye, New York, you don't really live in Rye. I just want to thank the mayor. Prior to Memorial Day, I had reached out to the mayor because the American flag at the police station was torn and stuck to the building. It was in disarray. I reached out to the mayor. You were kind enough to respond back to me. You were kind enough to get somebody to react to replace the American flag at the Rye police station. And I thank you for that. But I wanted to further extend my thoughts about the Rye police station. And Greg, I reached out to you and you kindly emailed back to me. Thank you. There is nobody else who will stand in front of me if a bullet was coming my way except a police officer. And if you think about the offices that you guys walk in, wherever they may be, they may have pretty doors. But if you look at our Rye police station, the disarray, the visual disarray of all the woodwork and the painting and the condition of the police station, it's horrible. Horrible.
Mike, if I may, we're actually in the middle of a public hearing on the Osborne. There is a later opportunity for residents to be heard on other topics. And I will concede your point that it would be nice to have the police station refreshed. And if you'd like to join us again later in the agenda, then we can have a greater conversation about this. But we have many people now looking to participate in this particular public hearing.
When would be good for me to join back in at another date, Mayor?
Well, after, I think we'll be hearing from the public for quite some time on this topic. And then we have one other topic that also may take a little bit of time. So you can, yes, join us on another date, or you can just follow our progress virtually. And when we get to 2 topics down the road, to the topic called Residents May Be Heard, then we will be very happy to hear from you.
Lots of love. I appreciate it. Council, thank you for your time. I have a passion for the police and the police station and the beauty of Rye. I thank you for your offer, Mayor. I'll be around and listen in. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Daniela Redondo.
Hi, Kristen. Sorry that you always have to pronounce my name. Apologies. So I live at 5 Osborne Road. I thank the council very much for your time, for your dedication. This is not an easy topic. You know, I appreciate the people that have spoken on behalf of the Osborne, but we, the neighbors, still have some concerns. I mean, I appreciate it, Mr. Anderson, the changes that you made, Mr. Rabel, and so forth. And I think this part of the process is very crucial. I think it would be great if we could collaborate a little bit more and find a common ground between your wants and our needs. We know that you do want to expand and you do want to grow, but at the same time, we really have numerous concerns. And I strongly believe that there is a way that we can come to terms in a respectful manner, in a very productive and efficient manner, so the rest of the process can go smoother. As I said, part of the changes that I saw the three stories, but I was hoping that maybe it would not be only one building, the one that, you know, would have that change. It was, you know, when you first shared it, it was really beautiful to hear, but at the same time, we neighbors needed a little bit more. That is the height of the St. Regis as it is now, but the rest still are very tall buildings right next to our school. It's a very big change. Now, I had a specific question. Mr. Anderson, you mentioned last time that there would be 80 residents in the independent living, correct?
It's a total of about, when we did and projected based on square footage, an estimate for EMS that it would be about another 130 people or units with spouses that could come up to about 150. So
in total, all the people that were living in that area would be 150. Is that correct?
No, there's, if you see on the, and again, this is, I just want to repeat, this is an illustrative diagram that we try to put together to answer many different questions about height and things in different areas. But as you can see, the one thing is, I know I explained this prior, but our healthcare is located over towards our skilled and our assisted living, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of that illustrative diagram. And you see a 4-story building in that illustrative diagram there. That is where those additional sort of 50 or so people would be within that area.
So I guess, Kristen, I'll go back to the line because I had some specific questions about letter I in in the zoning change and some numbers. So I guess, if I can use extra 3 minutes, or I can go to the back of the line, whatever is the most efficient.
I think according to our typical protocol, you'll go to the end of the line and you can use another 3 minutes after others have had an opportunity to be heard.
Okay, so I will keep on that question and looking forward to raising my hand again. Thank you.
Just a quick question for the council, and we're happy to work with whatever format you deem fit. Typically, my understanding of public hearing is that the comments are addressed to the council, and then at the end, we're given an opportunity to respond, particularly in light of the 3-minute timing restriction. Would it make more sense to allow the speakers to get all of their questions out to the council, and then or would you prefer it be a less formal Q&A directly to the applicant?
I think, Steve, that we should pursue usual procedure. Matt was kind enough to jump in and respond, but allowing people to get their questions out and then having the Osborne pick up when all the questions are out, I think would probably be most helpful to everyone.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I guess I just want to chime in. I really appreciate efficiency, but I wonder if maybe in this public hearing, because what I'm hearing from community members is that they haven't had an opportunity to interact. And what I just want to say briefly about that is that we are listening to everything. We are hearing you. The Osborne is hearing. But the way that it's gone, because we're on Zoom, because we haven't been able to be in person, is that there hasn't been a real dialogue. And I wonder if Mr. Rabel doesn't object, if we could actually have people answer questions as people ask them within their 3-minute time limit. People can be concise, just so that there's some form of dialogue. To me, it feels more effective. I understand if other people don't agree, but I think that would be more useful. I think it's really hard to sort of keep track of the question answer when we're getting 100 questions and then responding. So anyway, just my feedback.
How do others on the council feel?
I don't disagree with Emily. I think it's good, because I think sometimes the answer to one question might, invoke another question or a follow-up question. But perhaps we can even just, look to the community to say, hey, I would like to engage in a dialogue here, or it's okay if you answer this later. What we do have to be mindful of is making sure we don't get caught in a 10-minute conversation that pushes other people's ability to participate, off the table, because it will get late.
Others?
I agree with Emily.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Rod Roulette.
Hi, I'm Rod Roulette. I reside at 202 Stewart Drive, New Rochelle. For almost 30 years, I've known and highly admired the Osborne. I'm proud to currently serve as chair, board of the trustees. I devoted my career to financing life plan communities like the Osborne. Our community's purpose is to nurture well-being, defined as wellness in 7 dimensions: social, occupational, spiritual, physical, intellectual, environmental, and emotional. We enrich the lives of hundreds of independent residents and provide care for hundreds more who no longer live independently. We lead with our hearts, valuing compassion, altruism, and empathy. We support $3 million per year residents and patients on and off campus who deplete their resources. We believe in quality of life, respect, and dignity for each individual. These values and beliefs drive our behaviors and shape our plans, both short and long range. Osborne's longevity and resilience reflect our ability to evolve. We began in 1908, creating a community for independent women age 65 plus with limited or no resources. Early leaders completed the original campus in 1934. For several decades, the Osborne remained static. Fortunately, new leaders rescued us from near obsolescence and persistent financial hardship. In the 1980s, those leaders planned our transition to a contemporary life plan community open to both men and women. It's essential that the Osborne evolve again to successfully serve current and future residents. That means new services and programs and new common areas to house them. And new independent living units will help finance the new common areas. Osborne residents enrich Rye with their talents and life experiences. Resident concerns and interests mirror Rye's: wellness, fitness, quality of schools and life, building bridges across religions, sustainable environment, welcoming newcomers and learning. They energetically organize, volunteer, and donate both on and off campus. We dream of a better future for those we serve and touch. To succeed, we must create a roadmap for the Osborne's evolution. Our values and beliefs serve as our compass. We expect our plans to benefit all constituents, current and future residents, staff, and neighbors. I ask you to support and approve the Osborne Zone Amendment application. Vote yes and affirm your support for the Osborne's quest to nurture the well-being of hundreds of current and future Rye residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Lee.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Sally Lee.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome, Sally.
I live at the Osborne now, but for over 55 years, Dick and I lived in Rye. And we voted yes for every school budget. We voted yes for the bonds to help. And we were involved in various projects, which I won't bore you with, in Rye as Rye citizens. I wrote to quite a few of you, so you know you've got it in the record. An example of cooperation is that when Spry, staying put in Rye and environs, was developed for people who can't come to the Osborne donated space on the 5th floor of their building, and my husband Dick, with Barbara Brunner from Christchurch, did the books there. And that was such a nice cooperation, I feel. I just wanted to let you know that. And I would hope that you could vote now to get to the next step, and then the dialogue can continue. And this is what you the people that voted in concern about this, all 148 of you or whatever it was, you said that, you respect us and you wanted to have the dialogue. So my suggestion is let's go to that next step. It won't endanger anybody, but it will be the impetus for the people who are concerned in Glen Oaks, and I know Glen Oaks very well, to work together. Thank you very much, council people and mayor, and that's it.
Thank you.
Simon Smith.
Hi, this is Simon Smith. I live at 356 Park Avenue. I'll be very quick. This issue has gone on for a long time, and it seems that people on both sides feel very strongly about the issue. So with this in mind, and in the interest of making this process as democratic as possible, I suggest that we put this to a citywide referendum. I'm not sure if residents who are not council members can put forward motions, but if they can, I hereby put it forward. But if they cannot, I would ask that one of the council members please do. This seems like the most balanced and fair approach at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Granger Havens.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Welcome, Kathy.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Josh. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. It's Kathy Granger Hobbins, 75 Oakland Beach. Thank you again for your continued service to Rye. And you're facing many issues, which is noticed and certainly appreciated. I'd just like to say a few things tonight. I would like to see the City Council, first of all, on such a big and important issue. It seems that this should be discussed in person, would be a lot better for everybody, especially now that it's okay to meet in public. Other towns are meeting in person, as are other boards here in Rye. Meetings are for the public to participate in wholeheartedly. It's sort of simply respect for the public to give the public a chance to be heard in person. That's one thing. Secondly, if the City Council decides to vote this evening for the Osborne or to change the zoning laws or any other things regarding moratoriums, etc., it's likely the City Council will have to consider changing zoning laws for other individuals, other facilities, and other corporations. Not something, I believe, that would be beneficial for Rye residents in the long term. As I've mentioned previously at previous meetings, once zoning laws are changed, there's not much, almost nothing residents are able to do to be part of the process. The Planning and Zoning Board has to abide by the law. The Architectural Review Board and scope focuses only on aesthetics. A City Council member mentioned a couple of meetings ago that, yes, well, there's the Planning and Zoning Board and the bar, and residents can go to those boards. However, again, like I just said, there's not much these boards can do if plans are within zoning requirements at the time. I think that's really key. I think incredibly highly of the Osborne for many, many reasons. A few of my family members have utilized the Osborne, as I said previously, and the pavilion, unfortunately and fortunately. Many of them at times. One of my grandmothers spent the end of her life there. The Osborne is an absolutely wonderful facility for Osborne residents and for Rye residents. No one is questioning the value of the Osborne. I'd really, really like to see the Osborne and Rye residents sit down together, not in a marketing presentation, and go through the potential plans to hash out what may work for Rye residents and the Osborne before anything is decided by City Council. This is such an important issue for all of Rye and for the Osborne. Matt, I'd like to see you and members of the Osborne team. Sorry, hold on, my dog, I've got one more sentence. Really like to see you all make the effort to speak together. And basically that's it. Thank you all. Thank you all for everything you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sally. Sally?
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Sally Loazo. I live on Meadow Place. I grew up in Rye, and I actually went to Osborne School a really long time ago, back in the late 70s and 80s. And I want to thank the mayor and the council for your service and taking such a measured approach to this highly controversial issue. I agree with previous speaker Simon Smith about the referendum. I think that seems like a fair thing to do. And I just want to say that I find the timing of this meeting to be incredibly ironic, with several previous items on your agenda this evening that address the acute flooding issues facing the city of Rye. You addressed the harbor dredging issue, the Army Corps of Engineer possibly getting involved, the horrific flooding issues with Rye Brook, which has no end in sight. Those were all issues that are facing our city. And it's, scientifically proven that trees and open space soak up thousands of gallons of water, and overbuilding leads to flooding. So with this massive proposed expansion of the Osborne and the amount of green space and number of mature trees that are set to be cut down, it seems like terrible timing for many of us. We have half of Indian Village where many of the residents are still not even back in their homes after Hurricane Ida. This neighborhood was destroyed. There were so many other areas of our town, many neighborhoods that have never seen flooding before, including the Rye Gardens neighborhood that is just down the hill from the Osborne. So at what point do we let developers continue to call the shots in this town? At what point do we decide to cherish what we have? At what point do we decide not to destroy what we have in the name of expansion and improvement and luxury? I believe that I love the Osborne. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful building. It's a beautiful property, but few people I know, even here in Rye, could afford to live there. There seems to be this sort of PR line that we need to expand so that everybody in Rye has a place to go when we all get older. But the reality is that most of us are heading south. Like we're not staying in Rye because we can't afford it, Osborne or no Osborne. So I do hope that the Osborne can find a way to stay current, improve with renovations, make modern improvements, and remain the beautiful property that it is today without this enormous expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enrique Francisco. Enrique?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jose Enrique Francisco, and I live on 1 Packard Court. And I would like to say, again, I think everyone here truly appreciates the Osborne as an institution, as what service it provides. I think we all would like to see it thriving, no question about, and grow. And maybe at one point, some of us even might be there. But again, as many others have voiced, we feel that this decision or the voting is a little bit hushed. There's so many concerns that have been brought up by the community, by the neighborhood, that we feel have not been discussed, that we would like to really ask for an extension of the hearing process. Right, we have received the written version of the revised zoning amendment somewhat recently, and would like more time to be able to understand the latest proposal. And if grant the extension, we'd like time for the concerned residents to meet, share ideas, come up with specific suggestions as to how the Osborne could consider revising the zoning amendment in order to address the neighbors' concerns. It's a group, I think, that we could put together as neighbors and work collaboratively with the Osborne and nominate some representatives to meet with them, discuss our suggestions with the goal of working collaborative to find a zoning solution that is mutually acceptable to everyone that's involved. So we ask the council support in providing the community with this additional time. The Osborne has delayed the public hearing process a couple times. So we ask that we grant the public the same courtesy of additional time so we can organize the priorities and formulate a zoning suggestion. We respectfully invited the Osborne to meet with us in a reasonable time frame, and we now ask the council for the time to allow this to happen. So the Osborne neighbors have been and continue to be willing to put in the hard work to find a zoning solution that works for all. So we please ask you to allow us time to work with the Osborne and try to find a better solution that addresses the concerns, but also there are concerns that are legitimate for the long-term aspect of the impacts that it can have to the city and its neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abe.
Abe, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, how are you? I just want to make a few comments.
Abe, can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Abe Senberg, and I live at the Osborne. I've been here since 5 years now. Originally, I'm from Westchester. I'm from Purchase, and I'm now a resident here at the Osborne. I just wanted to make the comment that the man who was jumped out of the 80th floor of the Empire State Building, and as he was going down to the floor or to the ground, somebody looked out the window and said, "What's happening?" And he said, "Nothing yet." And I think that's what I think we ought to be aware about the Osborne. The Osborne is a wonderful facility. It's terrific now, but it does need modernizing. It does require to keep up with things that other newer facilities are making. Otherwise, not now. Right now is very viable, but in time, it will not be viable. And I think that we all can agree that the Osborne is a wonderful landmark for Rye. It's not only prestigious because it's one of the best, if not perhaps the best senior facility around. It also offers tremendous help to the about 30% of the people that live in the Osborne were originally residents of Osborne. The rest are a good many of them are Westchester people who have family in the Osborne. So it's a facility that offers to the community a place where their elders can go to. And I think it's a very important thing for Rye to continue to have. Also, the people at the Osborne are very committed to Rye. We help with the schools. We help with a lot of the community facilities. So it's part of the community of Rye. I think it behooves to keep the Osborne alive and viable. And in order to do that, it needs some additions, and that's why the zoning changes are required. And I hope that the council will see that and make that to come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Leslie Evers.
Good
Welcome,
evening.
Leslie.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Leslie Ebers. I live at 138 Osborne Road. I've had a few thoughts this evening, and I think what always it comes back to for me is the fact that everyone believes they're fighting the good fight for the best reasons. But just like Alice, who lives at the Osborne, said, and Sally, who lives at the Osborne, said, they just want this first step passed. And then we can deal with things as it comes up. Let's just increase this far. That is exactly why all of the neighbors are fighting so hard. We absolutely do not want that. The reason being, we have seen sitting through many of these meetings, what happens when zoning is changed, when the FAR is increased without a plan of this is what's exactly going to happen. Because at some point in later committees, they have to throw their hands up and say, legally, they're within their right. And that is the problem. I do have a suggestion. I do want them to expand and stay current and do wonderful things, but they have not used all of their current FAR. So why not, instead of asking for this huge increase, say, okay, this is what is available to us. We can build building A and building B, and they can do that now because they already have available FAR ready to be built on. And then at such time that they have done some expansion, they've made it clear that they're not building it all like tomorrow. It's not even going to be in the next couple of years. So why are we in this big rush to grant all this extra space for the what ifs and what could be's? Instead, let's really focus on this is what's available right now. Take advantage of it. my son was there, I believe it was just yesterday, performing with the orchestra from Osborne. I do love that there are these interactive things where they get to, see the people who live there, and they get to enjoy the music from the students, etc. But I really think we're putting the cart before the horse. We don't have a plan for the city. We need a master plan. We don't have solutions for the flooding. We definitely need a solution there. And now we just keep going round and round. Please do not approve a huge increase in FAR. Please encourage them to choose their top 2 buildings and do it. But I don't see the need to just grant them carte blanche for the next 10 to 15 years to keep building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a follow-up question to Leslie's point. So we're trying, I think, you come to us, and you do have an FAR that you could go to, and you have a maximum height, and you have different setbacks. So we're trying to protect the neighbors, right? Because they want the setbacks to be further back. Currently, your setbacks would be much closer to the road. Your building height would be much higher. Like, what are the dangers? Like, because she's asking for something that she may be shooting herself in the foot. So I just want to make sure that people understand, these could work both ways.
That's right. In some ways, the current zoning is significantly less restrictive on the Osborne than what we're proposing. So to your point, Councilwoman Johnson, the current setbacks from Osborne Road, let's say, which I know is a point of great concern, are excuse me, are 160 feet, and we're doubling those building setbacks to roughly to 300 feet. And in addition to that, we're tiering the heights, whereas 75-foot buildings could be placed anywhere within that 160-foot setback now. So I do want to address briefly the idea that we're just going to get through the FAR adoption, and then we're going to get carte blanche to do whatever we want. We're going to show up with a site plan at the Planning Commission, put it down on the table, and say, this is the FAR that's allowed. We can do whatever we want. Because what this process has been about, and what we've said from the beginning, is defining the considerations, the restrictions, the planning rationale that goes into this proposed special permit use. So in considering what it might mean to have greater square footage on the site, we thought about what the impacts might be to the neighbors, to the surrounding neighborhood, to our own property. So we imposed greater setback limitations. We knew visuals were of great concern, so we restricted height. We've required spacing between buildings. We're designing with the angled facade towards Thiel Road in mind. We're imposing landscaping requirements, even greater landscaping requirements now with regard to parking. It's been an ongoing discussion, not only with the public, and not only with you, the council, but with staff and the planning board. And we're trying to define the parameters within which we can all work down the line. And I know that's our goal. I know Matt is thinking into the future and considering the Osborne's long-term longevity. And so that has been our consideration throughout.
I have to say, I feel more comfortable knowing that you are tied to whatever we prescribe as law right now, that this is your max height, that this is your max, setback, that I would rather do that than do hodgepodge, here and there. But that's me.
I have two follow-up questions. One is with respect to the FAR, and my question is to Matt or to Stephen, and that is just why don't you develop the property to the point, where you maximize your FAR before you apply for this variance? Why are you doing it this way?
Steve, you want to go? So it's more of a financing thing. I mean, to go ahead and build some of those other additions and so forth. you need to have the new greater independent rental units to help to finance the amenity space. That's what it comes down to, and that's going to take more than what we've got and need. And that is essentially what we need to compete, going forward. So it's more than the 97,000 square feet. And then we're looking at the total square footage is based on percentages. Percentages for what's successful, what makes up a successful continuing care retirement community. Our percentages were more of a 50% healthcare model to 50% independent living model. If you were to build a successful senior living retirement community today, people are aging in place. They're doing it with home care and other things. They want larger units, and they're physically aging in place. So places that are being built today are more along the 75%, 25% independent living to healthcare. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is to right size. While at the same time, because we know that's what will make us successful going forward into the future, we'll also, doing some things here on our campus that our current residents want and future residents want.
And sorry, my second question, just real quickly, and this might be for Christian Miller if he happens to be available, or maybe Greg, you could take it. But the question is really with respect to, we keep talking about flooding. And certainly the flooding that we experienced in Ida is, something that we've never seen before and is coming from, is not the result of one development project, I would say. I totally appreciate the impact that every project has on flooding. And there has been discussion about when we address stormwater runoff, and that is at the planning stage. And so my understanding is that there's no net increase allowed in stormwater runoff from a site as a result of a particular development project. And so I just want to understand, maybe Christian or Greg, is that accurate, and when is that addressed?
You're on mute, Christian.
You're on mute still. Can't hear you.
I can tell you that any construction project has a stormwater management system that has to be viewed and approved. And, there are engineers that consult with the city, the building department, the planning commission, takes a look at, at all that stuff. So all of that goes into planning.
Let me see if Christian's back on yet. If not, Steve
Rabel can probably jump in.
Yeah, I see Christian's back, Andy, if we don't have sound.
Still no sound.
So our engineer, Andy Tung, who is a stormwater expert, is raising his hand.
I can also address when that's part of the process, the review process. That's generally during the site plan review, when there are specific buildings, paved areas, landscaped areas, and stormwater management facilities that are proposed. There are both New York State regulations and City of Rye regulations. And yes, the general rule is that no increase in the peak rate of runoff from a particular site is permitted. But within that umbrella, if you will, there are also ways to manage stormwater on a site before it gets to a point of discharge. This was done at the Osborne back at the last set of improvements in the late 1900s into the early 2000s. Those are evidenced by the stormwater basins that you may see along both the Thiel Road frontage or the Old Post Road frontage. So it's done in greater detail and specificity as reviewed by the city engineer, as well as other consultants within the city or for the city on behalf of the city and the Planning Commission upon detailed designs. What was referenced before is a stormwater management plan and what's known as a stormwater pollution prevention plan, or SWIP, that's coordinated with existing facilities on a site and the discharge points within the City of Rye system.
And if I may, Andy, my understanding of the basin system that's at the Osborne is that it collects stormwater and then that water is allowed to run into the city stormwater system at essentially at a restricted rate of flow. That is, the drain pipe diameter dictates how quickly those basins can drain. And if the basins are very full, they'll remain that full for a longer period of time.
That's correct, Mayor. It serves as a bathtub. One of its functions is as a bathtub, so that the drain out of the bottom of the bathtub restricts the amount of water that can go out at any given point, at any given time.
Josh Nathan.
Two questions. One, I'll pick up on the last point that the mayor raised. Andrew, sorry. When you say it restricts the flow, that's based on the diameter of the pipe. It's not based on what's already past the pipe. Am I correct? It's not like we turn it on and off. It's just, it just flows at a slow rate regardless of what's already in the system, or is there more to it than that?
No, that's correct. It's
okay. There's no I don't want to even use the word gate because sorry, but it's okay. I got it. So two little things really going back. I'm sorry. I appreciate the dialogue that we're having. Matt, you talked about the 50-50, 70-30, and you explained it to me, and I gleaned from that something that I found very helpful. And and I'll say it here, and if it's not helpful, Matt, you can tell me it isn't. But my understanding was, the if we look at the economics of running skilled nursing and high-level assisted living, those bedrooms are really, really expensive. And that if your whole operation were to be like that, that's like running a hospital in terms of expense. But that if you have senior living where those folks just need access to those things, that balances out the expense. And it makes it possible for you to have such high quality assisted living and skilled nursing services right there available, both to the seniors on the Osborne campus and to the various seniors who are off campus, because you serve Osborne, you serve seniors in Rye off of Osborne, off of the campus. You serve people at Rye Manor and you serve people around town, and that this model of this 70-30 that you're trying to get to makes that sustainable. And is that right? I mean, that's how I understood it. That made a lot of sense to me. And it's very simplistic what I said.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Josh. And we service about 700 people outside of the community just in our skilled nursing facility that come here, and our Osborne home care about another 200 people, actually 500 a year. But all of those things kind of feed off of each other to make a very successful model.
I think that's
and just probably for the referral system too, through that system, having people being able to be referred to the assisted living and the skilled from your own campus as well.
Thanks. I wanted to point that out because I think there's a tendency to think about the limitation that the Osborne exists within the boundaries of the campus at times. And one of your residents pointed out the work with Spry and other things, but I think we sometimes lose track of what the model is that we're supporting and that it extends beyond the campus. And I certainly appreciate that. And I don't want to lose sight of that as I'll ask other questions, but anyway, I appreciate that.
I'd love to get back to the public if we can.
Yeah, my second question was something Steve raised, and then I'll stop talking. Very specifically, you talked about a 300-foot setback, and I see that in the plans somewhere, and maybe this is just a point of confusion. Is there a 240-foot parking setback off of Osborne Road that is different from the 300-foot setback, or is that just some myth or something that's just a technical question? I will just would like to understand that.
Yes,
And
as
I'll go on
noted.
mute.
Just as I noted earlier this evening, it's 240 feet for roadways and parking from Osborne Road with the evergreen screening.
And that, okay, fine. And that 240 feet, is that still within the fence, or does that go into the fence? Yeah, I'm sorry. You remember the chain link fence that you guys are describing? Is the parking still...
The fence is diagonal, so
it's a diagonal fence, right? I understand. But is the parking theoretically still on the not Osborne side of the road, or
it's kind of complicated, and I'll tell you why. Because there's some wetlands there, and you can't put roads or any structure within the 100 buffer from the wetlands. So you really may have, bigger distance. You can't be so square, let's say.
Well, I understand. I just for people who are standing on the sidewalk at Osborne and they look and see the chain link fence that is at a diagonal, is the parking setback behind that fence, or does that come in front of that fence? It's all just
It probably crosses the fence. I don't know exactly right now, but
okay.
So a portion is beyond, portion is behind.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging my questions.
You're very welcome. Let's please get back to the public. Kristen, if you can recruit someone.
Sean Plummer, or Plumer.
Good evening.
Welcome, Sean.
Thank you. Caught me taking a bite at dinner, so I apologize. Your timing is quite poor. I live at 111 Osborne Road with my wife and 3 kids. We, like many of our fellow neighbors, would like to ask the council to postpone the vote on the zoning change for the Osborne. We'd ask that we postpone that till fall. Our hope is that we can begin an active dialogue similar to what's happening this evening with the Osborne and with the council to find a common ground. We would like to have that time to have an active in-person community dialogue. Zoom has been a wonderful tool during COVID, but it definitely limits the ability to begin to engage and begin to ask questions, begin to truly understand what's being proposed. I think it's helpful to clarify that we as the neighbors, and I don't want to speak for the entire community, are not against the growth and improvement of the Osborne, but we do want to have a collaborative voice in the expansion of their physical footprint. As has been mentioned tonight in prior meetings, once the zoning change has been granted, it is very difficult to undo that. And this is one very significant increase in FAR. We hope to use that extension to make sure that we understand what is being proposed, the impact could potentially be to our community and to Rye as a whole. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Amanda Timchak.
Hi, all. Amanda Timchak from 61 Osborne. I think it's good to follow Sean because I think I have very similar sentiments to what he just mentioned. As you all know, I've been very engaged in the zoning discussion and have been working closely with many of the neighbors who have also been vocal and engaged. We submitted a letter on Monday on behalf of many residents asking for a bit more time to come to a zoning outcome that feels like a win for all. And I want to start by saying that the majority of neighbors very much understand that a zoning change will and should happen for the Osborne. We want to see the Osborne succeed and understand that a zoning amendment is part of their path to success. And I believe that the difference between what the Osborne is requesting and where many neighbors feel comfortable is really not as large as some may think. I think we're getting really close to the end. I think to Josh's last question, there remains some confusion and continuing concern about that 240 parking setback and roadway along Osborne Road and what impact that has to the green space that many of us are very concerned with losing. And I don't want to use my whole 3 minutes to go back and forth about that, but I think that's one specific place that there's room for continued discussion is that 240 setback for parking. But even with that, I do really truly believe that with just a little time and a little more effort, that this concern and many others of the neighbors can be addressed. And I think that if neighbors are given the time to come together in person, to be thoughtful, that we could hopefully come to the Osborne with a request that has specificity that would allow the Osborne the growth that they're looking for, but also addresses the concerns that neighbors have raised through this process. The green space, I think, is very much part of that conversation, and it's a top priority that we've all touched on through this process. But we've never said specifically what preserving the green space means in terms of setbacks, in terms of building heights, in terms of parking. I would love to come back with a consensus from neighbors to the Osborne to what specifically preserving the green space means to us. And so we continue, as per our letter on Monday, to just ask for the time to let those conversations happen. We don't want this to drag on longer than it has, any more than anyone else does. So we would commit to being expeditious and putting our nose to the grind to get this done. But we humbly and respectfully ask the council to please let us have that time and to come together as neighbors and with Matt and with his team and come out with something that feels like a win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Autumn.
Hi, sorry, it's under my daughter's name again for some reason, but it's Stacey Massey. I'm at 51 Soundview Avenue. I basically would just echo what Amanda just said. And in addition, I have a 5-year-old son who's going to spend the next 6 years at the Osborne school. And I'm just really opposed to that much construction right next to an elementary school. It really does concern me. I do want to see the Osborne grow and succeed. But I think there's still some compromises that need to be made. So I would ask the council to delay, to provide a little more time to get to that middle ground that everybody can be happy with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cole.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for your time. This is Cole McKay from 10 Heritage Lane. We've been here for 30 years, I think, almost in Rye, 29 anyway. At the last meeting, we were told that there was a waiting list for 77 rooms and that there's over 90,000 square foot of FAR available for expansion under current zoning. So I'm afraid I still don't really buy or understand the argument that a much bigger FAR is needed to remain competitive. And I would like to echo what Kathy Granger-Hobbins said. I know this debate has felt very contentious at times, so I really appreciate her point that this is not just anti-Osborne. The problem's not the Osborne, it's that more buildings mean more flooding. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Less trees, less lawns, more buildings, more parking, even if it's permeable parking. It's a recipe for more flooding. And, I'd hate to sit here 15 years from now when, half of our neighbors, basements are flooded and say, gee, who saw this coming? I think it's not that hard to see this coming. I don't know how many more storms we're going to get, but they seem to be coming more often. And I think this will exacerbate the problem. And at the last meeting, Mr. Tung made the point that Osborne is at a reasonably high point with its water running downhill into 2 stormwater basins. And I think the problem is, despite the fact that we have those basins in place, in large storms, we are already getting the flooding. It's happening. And we can't ignore that. The surrounding area already floods, and that's without an additional 450,000 square foot of buildings. So I do think that before we come up with a good solution for the flooding problem, it seems ill-advised, maybe even reckless, to greenlight another additional 450,000 square feet of building and reduce the grass and trees that can soak up the rainwater. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Trisha Gagan. Pat, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes.
I want to first of all thank each and every one of you for the tremendous amount of time you spent on this project. I want to thank Matt Anderson for hosting my husband and I, and an invitation to other interested parties to walk the property with him. I happen to be a very visual person, so I valued the opportunity to walk the property and see where we were talking about sight lines, buildings, height lines. Matt's delightful, but he knows I didn't like the plan, nor did my husband. The letter you have postponing has missed a number of people in town who would have signed it, but we don't happen to have children in the Osborne and didn't know what was going on. Mr. Tung, I understand the bathtub and the draining. You have a very leaky bathtub on Thiel and Osborne Road. In a heavy rain, the tub is not filled, but the water is coming out through the wall onto Thiel Road and down Osborne Road. So I think there are issues that have not been addressed, water being one of them. The almost 50% increase in FAR that I don't think is right or fair for any business to expect the citizens of Rye to absorb that when no other business could get it. There are a number of amenities in Rye that are competitive, that are probably not used by the Osborne home. We have pools available. We have senior citizen amenities available that the Osborne could use, although they may be a bit more plebeian than some Osborne residents would prefer. They're available. We have a valuable community, lots of senior citizen opportunities and amenities that aren't fully utilized. I don't see this plan, the size of it is, it's just not reasonable for this community in the city of Rye with the flooding that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Haynes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Craig Haynes, 2 Coolidge Avenue. Thanks everybody again for the time. You've done a really great job of listening to our concerns week after week and month after month, and this has dragged on for some time. But as you are hearing tonight, the community still has not really had an ability to have our questions and concerns addressed. They may be heard, but I don't think they've been addressed. So I would just ask yourself, are you representing the views of the community at large who are unanimous in their concerns and objection to this request? And is there a way you can help us have our concerns factored into the applicant's proposal? So I would just ask, please vote no to the proposal as it stands, and ask the Osborne to work with the community over the coming months on a more palatable proposal for the community at large. Thank you.
Laura.
Good evening, Laura, 110 Theodore Frem. Thank you all for all that you do. And I certainly have been a huge supporter and fan of the Osborne. I, though, as our family has had 3 generations at Osborne School, am highly concerned that, unfortunately, there will be blasting. There will be our children affected by this and so close. And I understand that seems not to be a concern from Rye City School District, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't concern you guys and the parents who are worried for their children. And it's very unsettling that so many beautiful homes in that area will be affected by this. So I would certainly hope that there'd be a compromise that would meet both the residents and the Osborne. And I would love to have this postponed and also to be in person. Thank you all very, very much.
Neil Middleton.
Hi everyone, my name's Neil Middleton. I live at 330 Thiel Road with my wife and 2 children, and I'd like to thank you all for giving us the time to speak to you this evening. And I would also like to echo previous speakers, in particular Amanda and Sean and their comments they made earlier. And I also accept and agree the Osborne retirement homes need to expand and improve their facilities. But I would also like us to have a bit more time to discuss, particularly amongst the neighbours and also with Matt and other Osborne representatives, to find a mutually acceptable proposal for this. So I would respectfully ask that the council delay the vote on the proposal until the fall, until this has had the chance to take place. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rosemary Hochberg.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, hi. This is Rosemary Hochberg. I live in 436 Park Avenue. I really appreciate all the comments from the council and from the Osborne residents and from the Rye City residents, other Rye City residents as well from the neighborhood. It has a lot of good points, and I just would like to support a few of them tonight. I agree that we have not had in-depth discussions that are answering all the questions from the neighbors. And I would like to also request additional time and perhaps that we can have representatives from the neighborhood to continue this dialogue with the Osborne and with city council members to find better answers and answers that will be able to explain a little bit more how we're going to solve some of these issues and with traffic and water and construction and everything else. And I think one of the most important points tonight was said by Kathy Hobbins that, once zoning is approved, it's really, there's not much that can be done after that. So I think tonight is very important for everybody to realize that if zoning is approved tonight, there's no really real dialogue after this of changed. So I really hope that if we can have a little bit more time this summer to continue to discuss it, I think it would be very helpful for everyone. I agree with Amanda also that I don't think that the two sides, if I may say it like that, are so far apart. I think it just needs a little bit more to get it together. So I thank you very much for the consideration for the extra time for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fraser Van Rensburg.
Welcome, Fraser.
Kristen. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us and for all the conversations that we've had over the last few years and all that the City Council and Mayor's consideration of all our concerns. I would very much just like to echo the same request that that the council grant us an extension to this decision. We're a family that lives directly opposite the green space, right next to Sean Plummer, who spoke earlier. We have 4 children. 115 Osborne Road. We have 4 children, ages 8, 7, 4, and 2. 2 of them are in the Osborne school at the moment. 2 of them will still be going to the Osborne school. We've lived in the neighborhood for about 3 years now and have significant concerns relating to all the many different things we've spoken about in terms of traffic, congestion, green space, flooding, blasting and disruption to the school and how that affects the children and their learning. And just general peace to the broader neighborhood around the Osborne. So if we, once again, we just ask the same thing from our family as many others have mentioned, that the council grant us an extension to some time in the fall so that we can aggregate together as a team in the neighborhood and have a representative body that is able to spend time with the Osborne and talk this through properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Van Pelt. Robert Van Pelt.
Yeah, Robert Van Pelt, 29 Colby Avenue, and thank you for your time tonight. I understand there have been a lot of comments already. I would agree with most of them, if not all of them. My primary concern is that, and it's more philosophical, putting the flooding, the traffic, the school considerations aside, it's what town do we want to be? When I hear 4-story buildings, 5, 6-story buildings, that's a radically different vision of the town that we live in than what's currently present. So, I would hope that everyone on the city council, I would hope that the neighbors would, share similar concerns that this is meaningfully different, and it's troubling to me in many regards. Not the least of which are the concerns that have previously been raised. I have 2 children that are young. One is at Osborne. One will be joining Osborne within the next few years. The blasting is a concern to me as well. The traffic patterns on Osborne on Boston Post Road are a concern to me as well. The flooding, certainly during Hurricane Ida, it wasn't just Indian Village. It was the neighbors of the Osborne School. In fact, the Osborne School itself that were immediately impacted. That's a concern of mine too. So I would hope that the Osborne facility would be willing to come back to us with more concrete plans than what they have laid out today. There was much debate at the beginning of the night about which of the plans had been included in the city council packet. Well, the one that I think is most meaningful was the one that was absent, at least not posted on the city website until, and may still not be posted on the city website, which showed the actual setbacks, how many feet, how many yards that they represent. This is all very new to residents of Rye, and I would hope that we would have time to respond. And I think that's what everybody on the call has been asking for, and I would hope that the city council hears that. As a neighbor of the Osborne, I have a vested interest in the Osborne succeeding. I want the Osborne to succeed, but I want it to succeed in a way that makes sense for the town of Rye, that is consistent with the town of Rye. I would hope that we don't lose what makes Rye special in the process. So those are my comments. I hope you hear them as you've heard others. I do wish the Osborne facility all the best. I look forward to their success. I just hope that there's more of a partnership that seems absent, at least to date. And those would be my comments.
I'm sorry, I'm going to say something to Mr. Van Pelt, but we have been having these hearings for 2 years, and for 2 years, the Osborne has come back with some concessions. The setbacks are in the packet. They've been in the packet, and they were pushed back even further at the last public hearing. We're not talking about 6-story buildings. They came down to 4-story buildings. So I think that
I'm not sure that that's correct.
Just misinformation. No, what do you mean it's not correct? It's
not the residential buildings.
That's in the agenda. It's in the text, and that's what we're looking at. We're not looking at these illustrative.
I don't mean to be argumentative, and I certainly don't want to speak over you. But the 6 residential buildings, you're correct, are 3 to 4 stories in height.
Exactly. You said 5 and 6 stories. So I just wanted to correct that, because that's not.
So unless I'm misinterpreting the plan, there are 2 other buildings that exceed that are as many as 5 or possibly 6 stories in height.
What I'm trying to tell you is we're not looking at the illustrative picture that they sent us, because what we're looking at is the zoning text amendment. It's what's in black and white, written in words, saying these are the setbacks, these are the maximum stories, that is what we're looking at. That was somebody thought
Councilmember
it
Johnson,
a good visual
maybe
aid,
what I would
and
say,
it's misleading. And I'm just trying to tell you, just to veer you in the right direction. That is not what they're looking at. They're not proposing those buildings.
Councilmember Johnson, what I might say is this is illustrative of the confusion and the concern of the neighbors. And so if these points aren't articulated and aren't well understood, it's no surprise that the neighboring communities are alarmed. Right? I looked at the most recent publication. And that's what it suggested. So if that's factually inaccurate, no wonder I'm concerned. No wonder when I look at it, I'm confused.
Can you please listen? Can you please listen?
But I hope you're an advocate of the citizens of Rye and not of a non-for-profit organization that happens to operate in Rye.
What we are looking to vote on is the restrictions that they would have on their property to build on. Somebody thought it would be a good idea to have a little picture of what that would look like, but that is not what they're proposing. That wouldn't be what they're proposing.
At the end of the day, I hope you're an advocate of the people
who
live in Rye, not of the organization that's applying for the exception.
Okay, we're talking at odds here, and we should move on.
Right, but I hope you understand the confusion.
I just think everybody needs
That's
to.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, and can I made this point before. I'm going to make it again. There are 400 plus residents in Rye that live in the Osborne. It's not an institution. These are neighbors. Just please remember that.
Okay, may we go to our next speaker?
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't hear you call my name, but my name is Mary Ann Haynes. I live at 2 Coolidge Avenue. I just have a couple of questions. The first one being procedural. There was a second petition submitted to the City of Rye earlier this week by the frontage neighbors requesting a response with regards to a 3/4 majority of the City Council required to pass a vote should one occur. I was informed that I would receive a response in advance of this evening's meeting, but we've not yet received that response. I just wanted to ensure and have it noted for the public record that that letter was in fact received and that a response will be forthcoming in advance of any vote that should take place.
Yes, Ms. Haynes, we did receive it. I did acknowledge receipt of it, and it does qualify. My apologies. I think it's in my response via email was sent out. I tried to send it out before the meeting tonight, but you will receive a formal written response from the city clerk. But for tonight's purposes, a 3/4 vote would be required to adopt the zoning amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. The second note that I have is procedurally, and at some point, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a legal background, but I've done a lot of reading and I've been involved in this discussion since the outset. I would like someone to explain to me, if they could, please, how the zoning amendment proposed by the Osborne is compliant with the New York State General City Laws 20, Section 25 and 28A. And that may be something that needs to be looked into and come back to with a response. But I think it's important for the community at large to understand how the zoning amendment is being proposed by the Osborne is compliant with the New York State law.
Mary Ann, can you highlight your concerns specifically?
I actually had a document, Councilwoman Hurd, I'd be happy to send to you if you would like, that outlines this. I think it's too great to go into great detail in a 3-minute forum. But essentially, it says that in order for a zoning amendment to be compliant with the New York State law, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand all of this. In order for it to be compliant with New York State law, it has to be compliant with the Master Plan of Record, which for the City of Rye is 1985, which was reaffirmed by the City Council in 2000, and was again reaffirmed as being that of record during the application for vendors in 2017 when a new master plan was put out for bid. I'm happy to send you a document if you would like that further details this. And the third point I would like to make in the few seconds I do have left is, as I said, I've been part of this discussion since the onset, and tonight is really the first time I feel like we have had to have any sort of a dialogue, back and forth, and I thank you, Mr. Rabel, for bringing that forward and allowing it to happen this evening. I would ask that the Osborne allow us to continue this conversation in person going forward so that we as a community, both the Osborne and the community, as well as the City Council, can come to an agreement on zoning that makes us all feel comfortable. Thank you.
So, Kristen, are we doing anything illegal here by entertaining a zoning text amendment by the Osborne, as Marianne points out?
No, it is as depending on which way the council may wish to vote. The issues surrounding the city's master plan or comprehensive plan are addressed in your negative declaration resolution. Consistency of the zoning text amendment is with the master plan is also part of the environmental assessment form. There are some specific questions in the EAF that address this issue, and based on the document you have before you, we have recommended or given you our professional opinion that it is consistent with the city's master plan or comprehensive plan. And it's not just the master plan, it's also other community plans and documents and policies that the city has. It's not a one document master plan that the city has. It's several different things such as the LWRP and other items in the city's, I guess, on the city's bookshelves that constitute the master plan. So it's a long way to say you are not doing anything illegal.
Thank you.
I see we have another speaker up.
Elaine Lerner.
Welcome, Elaine.
Hello. I want to say that the Osborne is not what people are against at all. People are for the Osborne, but not for the zoning. It's much too soon, much too fast, much too vague of a plan. It needs to be more specific in order for us to look at it in a positive way. Just to go back to something, and it's a little bit funny, but Matt said something about recreation, that the green space on Osborne Road could be used. Could you use it as a pickleball court? If that's what your constituents want on the Osborne?
Nat, I don't know if you want to answer, but I think the intention of the passive recreation and pairing that language with walking paths and gardening, the intent was to limit it to quiet enjoyment uses.
That's accurate, Steve. So,
thank you.
So I think we have Katie Simpson has not spoken yet.
Hi, this is Katie Simpson of 125 Osborne. I just wanted to thank the council again for an opportunity to speak. My request today is twofold in nature. First of all, I just wanted to request that the council consider an extension of making a decision. As I've noted since the last meeting that a lot of the folks that are opposed have decided to come together and would like to present to Matt and team something that works well for all parties involved, and so that we can actually be supporters of this initiative versus a team that's kind of against the whole current proposal. And my second request today would be that the council therefore also considers voting no today. I feel that the current proposal is outsized in its request and doesn't have community support, but I am confident that if the council was to vote no to the current request, that there'd actually be opportunity to still work together with Matt and the Osborne team. As you guys have known from the first meeting that I joined, I volunteered for almost half a decade at a senior retirement living center in the city, and I really want the Osborne to succeed. I think they're critical to our community, as do all of you, actually. And a vote no is not to say that we don't support the Osborne, and it's not to say that we don't want them as our neighbor, but it's just a vote that maybe there's opportunity to work better together so that we actually all support what they're going for. So That's what I wanted to leave us with today, and happy to collaborate with the Osborne going forward on behalf of our neighbors to come to that consensus together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Lavallo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julia Lavallo, and I live at 27 Hughes Avenue. I live here with my husband and my 4 children, ages 1.5 to 8.5. I echo Amanda and Stacy. We ask that the council postpone the vote until the fall. We want the Osborne to succeed and thrive, but we have big concerns, as mentioned by others. I do feel we can find a middle ground. I know we can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kate Velazquez.
Velazquez here. 97 Osborne, so I'm a newer neighbor across the street, but I agree with what my neighbors have echoed. I think just a request for more time is really, really important. And that's the simple request that I'm going to make tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Going back to round 2, Daniela, you're back up.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. So as many of my fellow neighbors mentioned, I signed my name to that letter requesting for additional time for conversations with the Osborne and having a continued dialogue of what feels right. To add to Mr. Van Pelt and the conversation that he had with Councilmember Johnson, the illustrative plan for us was really meaningful because part of this conversation has been where would these buildings be built? Like, at the beginning when this was a proposal, it was, and is still, vague, but it gave a little bit more clarity on what the intention was. So it is clear to me that the cottages would be out of the picture, that is part of the plan. And yes, for us, that's a big change. That's tremendous change. That was one of our primary concerns. I do feel that we can get to an agreement. I do feel that for our minor request, it's the first time that we neighbors are asking the council to extend this so we can talk through this in person in a collaborative nature. We can find that common ground. And I heard that there were even people that tried to go to the city council in person. It was kind of hard to inform people where the meeting was going to take place. We didn't know if it was in person. We didn't know if it was through Zoom. Some people did attend the city council. I just learned about this, and they're like, "Oh, well, it was through Zoom." So in-person meetings are so important and so relevant to see each other. It's. I think this is such a big change in our community that it needs to feel right, and I don't know how you feel, but it just doesn't feel right at this point. We do care about the Osborne residents. My son was playing on Tuesday for them. And what a great, yes, he says, you right, Danny? He's excited. He was excited. So what communities have that beauty of being next to a school? Right? I mean, that is, you can talk about tall buildings. Well, for us, that relationship should be fostered. That relationship is part of there. And that's why we need to hear both of our concerns, see where we can come to terms and find a way to, make Rye a place for everyone's, viewpoints to be collaborative and valid. So I'll add my name to the extension of this hearing.
We have some new names now. Lindsay Lorraine.
everyone. I'm Lindsay Lorraine. I'm at 68 Allendale Drive. I want to thank everyone for their time tonight and just wanted to voice that I am with the community members who have requested that we delay a vote tonight. I think that we're having, again, meaningful discussions and finally getting some clarity on some points of confusion. One that remains for me is, again, sort of the existing FAR available to the Osborne. And my understanding is that they have approximately 90,000 square feet left for expansion and upgrading purposes. A typical Whole Foods site needs to be between 25 and 50,000 square feet. So it seems like quite a bit of space. And I would love to be able to participate in more discussions on understanding why that isn't enough. I sharing concerns with the community around flooding, pedestrian safety, traffic. I'd also just point out that we've just completed as a town the development of the St. Regis, which provides housing to residents 55 plus. A great part of our community. I think that there just needs to be more dialogue on what this means for our town overall. Thank you, guys.
Bear Brown.
Welcome.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Mayor Cohen, council members, thank you for your time once again on this matter. I'd like to please encourage Matt and the team representing the Osborne to spend just 3 to 4 months more working on this with the neighbours to try to achieve a compromise. There are reasonable people on both sides of this argument, and they're all willing to compromise. I've talked to both sides. And to be honest, if they can't reach a solution, so be it, and let the council vote at that time in good faith, knowing that they've fully responded to the concerns of the community. From my perspective, the City Council needs to refresh its master plan to incorporate a comprehensive strategy for thoughtful development, all the flooding risks that were outlined tonight, the need for important commercial activity in the town, such as the Osborne, but above all, involving the community in a thoughtful way. I'm personally and deeply concerned that taking this to a vote tonight is an incremental step and a poor decision that could potentially create a standard for all of the community of Rye, including where I live, quite far from the Osborne. Please allow the community to reach a compromise with the Osborne. Then let's work thoughtfully towards a master plan for Rye. Thank you.
What's your address for the record?
Sure, 129 Grandview Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sabrina Tavi.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Cohen and members of the council. Thank you so much for the representatives from the Osborne for taking the time to listen to resident concerns. I reside at 9 Osborne Road, which is directly across from the elementary school. I think one point I want to highlight, which I believe that many residents have highlighted tonight, which is so important to recognize, is that residents who have raised concerns about this zoning change and this development are not opposed to the Osborne. We want to see the Osborne succeed. When my husband and I moved here to Osborne Road, one of the things that drew us to this neighborhood was, in fact, the Osborne facility. We thought the grounds were lovely, and we loved the open space. And we liked knowing that there was a longstanding institution there that would continue and continue to maintain that characteristic of the neighborhood. So, when I hear conversation about, that residents who have concerns about this are just opposed to the Osborne, or just, are not sensitive to the needs, I suppose, of, the population there, that concerns me greatly. And I hope that it's come across that that's not the case. I do want to say that, if anything, not being really familiar with how these processes work, what's been confusing for me is that if I've had any frustrations, to be honest with you, it's not with the Osborne, it's with the city of Rye. It's with the fact that pedestrian safety is an issue that my family, other families of this cul-de-sac where we reside, and other families up and down Osborne, in Rye Gardens and throughout Rye have raised regarding pedestrian safety. Some of you may be familiar with the crosswalk, not to make this personal, that I've been, and my family and residents have been asking for to ensure student safety going over to the Osborne School. And that's just one example of pedestrian safety that has remained unaddressed. And so when we see the city of Rye entertaining this development that is going to introduce more traffic and having not addressed pedestrian safety that, was raised, I'll tell you, long before any of you came onto this council, as far as 20 years ago by our neighbors here. And that's really concerning. And I have, great concerns. I was looking back. I can't find the most recent traffic study, but I see one from February of 2021, which is a year and a half old, discussing how it needed to be updated after the pandemic, had eased and normal traffic patterns had resumed. So I don't know if there's an updated one, but, I'm just basically highlighting my primary concern, which is pedestrian safety, and expressing my frustration that the city of Rye hasn't addressed this problem.
Thank you.
For your time.
It was an updated traffic study. It was, we discussed it at the beginning of the meeting. It's on the city website. So you can refer to that. It, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, sorry, I'm losing my words here. The anticipated increase in traffic is 5 cars per peak hour. And I understand your frustration with pedestrian safety. I think that is a different issue. And hopefully you're working with the Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee to continue to focus on that. Certainly something the city's been working on for a long time.
Well, thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're correct. In highlighting the distinction, my concern is less about the increase in traffic and only to the extent that it affects pedestrian safety, which is something that goes year after year needing to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you.
John Powers.
Welcome, John. John, are you there? John Powers?
Got it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. Sorry. This is Emily Powers at 23 Coolidge Avenue. I just want to say again, I totally agree. No one's opposed to the Osborne at all. Looking towards the most productive long-term outcome, I think the council saying yes tonight doesn't make this community concern disappear. There have been hundreds, I'm sure, letters, comments, emails from the community that I know the council has gotten time and again. And I think it will really only continue to rear its head at every step of the way. I think what the council and what the Osborne would want is for the Osborne and the community to come together and come up with a collaborative solution that will be supported by the community from here forward. And the council can let this serve as an example that can be celebrated ultimately as a major accomplishment and how the community is able to solve problems for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Druin.
Hi, everyone. Sue Druin, 57 Moorhead Drive. I have watched the proceedings and tried to participate in the discussions, and I would like to repeat this request to delay a zoning vote until the Osborne and community members have a chance to meet, not in a marketing pitch meeting. This is too important to rush. It may seem odd to those not paying close attention to this discussion, but the Osborne actually doesn't know what zoning changes would be acceptable to the community. An opportunity to meet in a collaborative fashion has never been offered until now, and the neighbors are asking the Osborne to come to the table. More work and refinement of the zoning proposal is needed in order to get this right for everyone. Potential future Osborne home residents, future generations of students at Osborne School, neighbors all around Rye that enjoy this part of town, and frankly, the majestic trees that I enjoy every day. Consider the length of time it has taken for the city of Rye to even begin to get comfortable with the United Hospital redevelopment plan. This purely discretionary zoning change will fundamentally alter the neighborhood forever. Again, I ask the council, please allow this process for the neighbors to have a seat at the table and delay until the fall. Thank you.
Cole.
Hi, thanks for having me back again. I'll be very brief. I know I said earlier that we're not against the Osborne. I probably should have mentioned my wife and my dog, our dog. She got the dog registered as a therapy dog, and they visited with residents at the Osborne for 3 years. But more importantly, I just wanted to come back and say that I agree with those who are suggesting a delay. It's obvious to me that more time and more dialogue would be a good idea. But if there is a vote forced this evening, I would ask that you vote no. And thank you for hearing me again.
Leslie.
Hi, thank you again for hearing me. Do I need to restate? It's 138 Osborne Road. I really appreciate the format that this has taken tonight. I appreciate the fact that after I raised points, there was actually a discussion. So I felt like things were better understood. I do want to bring up the bit where we were speaking over one another, not me, but other neighbors. The gentleman was trying to make the point that the whole thing is very confusing. And I know I've spoken to this point before about everybody learns in different ways and envisions things in different ways. And I understand that the Osborne home, they came with a theoretical drawing, and it might not be the be all end all of what it ends up, but it is confusing. And at this point, it's been many pages and many revisions. So it's very difficult to wade through. And I can appreciate that what you are considering voting on tonight isn't about those exact buildings. But the point is, you've sat through hours and hours of this, and so have many of us. And we're asking you not to rush to a vote. We're asking you to please allow the conversation to continue, to shed additional light, and to have more people comfortable with what you are going to vote on eventually. Please delay the vote. Thank you.
Dan Korost.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. It's Dan Korost from 9 Osborne Road.
Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Cohn. Thanks to the council and to the Osborne and everybody else for participating. We live directly across the street from the superblock that houses the Osborne School and the Osborne home. My neighbors and I think it was 5 houses, wrote a letter back in February 24th, 2021. So I know it's in the record. I just wanted to reiterate a point because I've heard it, or at least the principle of it raised several times today. And that really is a request for more conversation and more collaboration. And in our letter, we wrote that the 1985 master plan is a very old document. I personally, I love the Osborne home, and I want them to be here for as long as they want to be here. I think they add immense value to this neighborhood, and I deeply respect their needs and their desires. But everybody has needs and desires. Everyone in the neighborhood, and my feeling and what we wrote about, partially what we wrote about in the February 2021 letter, was that the whole point of a master plan, when you do an update, is for a community to come together to talk about what everyone needs and what everyone wants, and to work toward consensus. So I think that's a point that's come up tonight. I think it's a point worth reiterating, and I will cede the rest of my time with gratitude to the council for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elaine Lerner.
Elaine, are you there?
I didn't mean to come on now, but my computer decided that I should. I want to ask, when you want to build a room in your house and you don't have all the money, you go for a mortgage, correct? You find a way. Now, the Osborne has a very high rating, and they have the space, and they have the idea of what they want to build on the property they already have. Why is it such a big problem to not start with what you have, not with what you want, not with what you wish, but what you have? Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Timchak.
Hi again, Amanda Timchak, 61 Osborne Road. I've spoken with some of you over the last day or two, but I just wanted to share with the full council kind of what transpired this weekend within our neighborhoods. That the agenda came out on Friday. We sent out an email. By Saturday, we had 15 people in a driveway sharing ideas. On Sunday, we had 25 people standing on a sidewalk sharing ideas in person again. And it felt really good to be able to come together in person, share our thoughts about this process, share where our desires lied, where we were comfortable. And by Sunday night, we had a letter that we were asking people to sign on. And by Monday, we were able to send in a letter with 141 signatures that we had a group cohesed around an idea that just a little more time, we can get to a place that feels good. And I think that evidence is that neighbors can come together. We can get to a singular thought about what is the right outcome, and that we would like the opportunity. I mean, Matt and I have had more conversations than I have with a lot of other people in my life, and we're on different sides sometimes, but I think we're very respectful and kind. And I think there's an ability to collaborate with neighbors and with the Osborne. And I think that just given a little more time, we can really get to the place that feels good for all. And so I just wanted to share with you all that those conversations were happening this weekend, that the groundwork is being built to get to a place where we can collaborate and come together. And we just really would like to have the opportunity to do so. And that given that we could get to 141 people in the same place in 48 hours, I think we can also get to a zoning solution that feels good for all in a timeline that isn't uncomfortable for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more hand, Patricia Gagan.
I want to thank Amanda for her comments. And I also want to note that those 141 represent those people who happen to have elementary school children in the Osborne. There are a large number of us who have long since passed Osborne School. Children went through. We're still in the neighborhood, but we have not yet been part of that. And those 141 would be 200 signatures in a heartbeat. Would we reach out to everyone in just this neighborhood. So please think and give us a chance to communicate thoroughly, understand thoroughly, and make reasonable concessions. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more hand. Susan Yu.
Hi, this is Susan Yu, and I live at 3 Osborne Road, directly across from Osborne Elementary. I just wanted to express that I share in the similar comments as of my neighbors and the concerned citizens of our Osborne community here directly across the street, and with Amanda and the team that is, everyone in the neighborhood that's put their collective thoughts together. As an informed member of this community, I feel like there's still a lot of confusion. I think that's kind of the tone of tonight's discussion. There shouldn't be this much confusion of a huge vote that we're talking about tonight. There's still a lot of questions. Our families and our neighbors request for more time and more collaboration with our community and with the Osborne, and would ask that the council support a collaborative discussion that would allow the community to be able to ask questions and have these direct answers that would provide us with clarity and towards a plan that would be beneficial to both the Osborne and our community. So I stand with our neighbors and asking for a little bit more time from the council and to get some more questions answered that would make us feel more comfortable about the plan being proposed. Thank you so much.
If there are no more public speakers, I'd like to propose for those of us on the council, we've been meeting now for almost 4 hours, that we take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. We do have one last minute hand here. Ravi Mehta.
Yeah, thank you for taking my last comment here. Appreciate you guys have been on for what seems like 4 hours, Mayor. So I'm Ravi Mehta. I live at 25 Son Drive, just off of Boston Post. 2 children at Osborne Elementary. I just want to echo all the comments that are made by fellow residents that live in and around the Osborne and Osborne Elementary. I am extremely concerned about the disruption to the elementary school. That is my main issue. Of course, there are a number of concerns that have been raised that I also support and believe in. Now, I should mention that the Osborne facility, the Osborne is a meaningful and important part of the community. And in fact, it creates a important relationship with the Osborne Elementary and the broader community of Rye. However, I do request and would hope that the council do take advantage of the opportunity here to listen to all the voices here that you've heard and grant the extension that we've been asking for. It's extremely important that all sides have been heard through this process, and that all opinions have been taken into account in terms of what the ultimate plan is. But I will leave with this final point, is just back to the main issue I have is around the disruption to the school and students. Please put yourselves in the shoes of the parents that send their children to the school, to Osborne Elementary. I don't expect that many of you have children in the school. Perhaps you do. But if you don't, please put yourselves in the shoes of parents that send their children to the school. And you should hopefully hear in some of our voices the true concern that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will propose again, if it meets with the council's approval, a 5-minute break. And please come back quickly and let's go on. Okay, I would appreciate it if after all of that we could hear from the Osborne, if there are any responses that you care to make to any of the questions or suggestions that you didn't. I would in particular appreciate hearing the response to the notion that there will be blasting and how the Osborne would intend to take account of concerns about school disturbance.
Sure. Thank you, Josh. One of the reasons for the height on these buildings is to make sure we don't have to go into the ground deep to physically do any blasting. That's to put the parking on that first floor level to not have to go further down. As far as blasting goes, we have a really good relationship with the school system. And if there was anything that ever had to be done in regards to doing something that made some level of loud noise, or if there was something that had to be chipped, which I know we didn't encounter much when we put in the garden homes and other things from talking to the previous CEO, that would be all discussed with the school. We would try to plan that around the summer months or at times when the school is not in session. Again, we have a very good working relationship with the school. It's something that I've treasured. My kids have gone through the school system, and I understand.
There, of course, has been a request for the Osborne to enter into a process. And the Osborne may feel that it has entered into a process. And so I'd appreciate the Osborne response to that repeated invitation.
So Josh, I appreciate everything that's been said tonight, and I've appreciated everything that's been said to me over the course of the last 3.5 years. Everything that everybody has said has been well considered during those times. And, I feel we've acted in really good faith, throughout this process during these last 3.5 years. We've been very upfront about what we're doing. We established not only our website that gives access to all the different information, the Q&As that are on that site. We've reached out to the community in a lot of different ways with not only the walking tours, we've held Zoom meetings over the time. I've held many separate meetings walking with individuals around this campus. But not only that, phone calls as well. So again, I really feel that we've prepared a well-considered and well-balanced piece of legislation, I guess is the best way to put it. We started this process 3.5 years ago with a bigger ask. That was carved down after a lot of conversations with the Planning Commission. And we came back to this group in 2020 and further heard, and we listened over the last couple of years. And that's something that's going to continue to process whether a vote is held tonight. If the zoning is put through, obviously all that continues. That won't stop, those meetings and things. We've been a good neighbor to Rye in this community for 114 years, and we want to have that relationship. What we've put forth in this proposal, again, it's been pared down from what we really wanted. But this is as far as we feel we can go at this point in time. And again, we feel it's a well-considered and well-balanced piece of legislation that offers protections, some protections that aren't even there at this time.
Other questions from the council for Matt? Josh, Nathan?
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Just to that last point, I appreciate that there's been a lot of outreach by the Osborne and communication in a variety of ways over, several years. and I think every effort that you've made, Matt, and that your board has made, and your residents has been absolutely transparent in every way you could, and genuine and thoughtful, and you've clearly demonstrated a willingness to be responsive and clear in what you can and can't do, or willing to do and not willing to do. And I really respect that. I appreciate it. You've spent a lot of time with me. I know you've spent a lot of time with all of my colleagues here, and I know you've spent an enormous amount of time with various residents as they've requested. I would ask you to consider that the city adjourned the hearing from March until May because you were doing further refinement and studies and work. And I thought that was very appropriate. I took that in that you want to get it right. And I thought that was great. And now the neighbors are asking that they've really been wrapping their head around a plan that, the final version of was posted after some very thoughtful and important adjustments that you made on I think it was May 27th or 25th, whatever our last meeting, that they received that plan on Friday, 5 days ago. And they quickly went through it, and they met and they got together because they appreciated that. And I spoke with them. I met at some of their meetings, and I said, you're all over the place, and I don't even know what you want. So how does Matt know what you want? How does you've asked, you raise issues about the school, and the school hasn't come and said that they have an issue, because they don't, as far as I know, what I've been told. And I used to be on the board of ed, and from an education standpoint, I wouldn't have an issue. Construction is part of life, and schools go through it themselves. So I think there has been a tremendous narrowing of the issues in the minds of those who are really at the core of trying to get this to work out. I think the issues are discrete. And what I would ask you to do is agree to meet with them and to put this over. I know they've asked for October, and that's their ask. I would ask you to invite us to adjourn the public hearing just until the next meeting, and have that meeting with the core group of residents, a few of them who represent them, and talk about truly specific, narrow things that are actually relevant to zoning. I personally don't believe that blasting is relevant to zoning. Blasting is relevant to blasting permits. I believe that traffic is relevant to planning. I believe that flooding is mostly relevant to planning. I could be wrong, but that's my sense. I think there are some discrete questions, some confusion that is honest confusion that I actually think you could resolve. I wish you were there Sunday night, but I didn't know they were going to ask me questions that you could have answered that I can't. But I know.
How does that work procedurally, though? Can Matt make a motion?
No, I'll make the motion, and I'd ask someone to second. But I'm asking Matt to be supportive of my making that motion, because I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just, just because I thought the mayor asked Matt how he felt about it. So anyway,
before there's any motion with respect to July, I don't believe that we will have the whole council present in July.
Okay.
But
we need a supermajority vote, right?
Yeah. Matt, you're welcome to respond to Josh's question if you care to.
With all due respect, Josh, and I know we've had lots of conversations about this. I just really strongly feel that I've heard a lot of the issues, and we've made adjustments again, like I said, and this isn't going to stop the conversations, but there's a time period where we just feel we need to move forward, and we've been at this for 3.5 years, and the conversations won't stop. But I feel from the zoning and the legislation, the parameters that we've put in place, I think we have a very good piece of legislation here that's well balanced and offers the protections. I really do.
But this draft, you would agree, would you not, that it came out Friday night or Friday afternoon? I mean, after 4 o'clock, that's when the public got it. That's when it was posted to the public, along with a secret proposal. So they've had it for 5 days or 10 days, right? This draft, you got it.
I'm sorry, Josh, but these are all the stuff that we discussed at the last meeting. At the last meeting, Matt and Steve announced all these stuff.
And it was earlier posted to the public, but Steve Rabel, I think it was posted the day you sent it over.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the city's website now. It was posted June 3rd, just as a point of clarification. But to the more of the heart of the issue, I suppose, these were changes that we discussed at the last public hearing. And I would note that these changes are updates and revisions to the local law and the illustrative diagram that have been in the record since the last most recent version was in the record since February of last year. And while there have been some revisions, the impacts of those revisions have only served to greater restrict the Osborne's potential in the future. So when it comes to, understanding the impacts, we're taking the impact of a local law that's been before the council and subject to public hearing for over a year and making it more restrictive on the Osborne by limiting height coverage, adding some evergreen setbacks and adding some parking setbacks off Post Road. To say now that it's difficult to understand, I think just has us a little concerned, since this is language that's tweaked, yes, updated, yes, more restrictive, certainly, but generally tracks the language that's been pending in front of the council for a very long time.
But Steve, to be fair, you say last February of 2021, this came out, the illustrative diagram and the version of this that has been amended or adjusted came out for the first time March 9th. So that's the first time the public could see an illustration of what you were talking about. And then they started looking at it. And the first presentation in which Mr. Anderson explained it, and you explained it, and your colleagues explained it, was May 25th or 27th. I may have the date wrong, but just a couple of weeks ago. And then it was refined in that meeting. And then that may have been posted June 3rd, and maybe some of us started to look at it then. I did, because I got it. I don't know when the public started looking at it, but it was noticed for tonight on June 10th, so 5 days ago. And just compare this, for example, to the 30-day comment period when the U.S. Coast Guard, after 30 days earlier, doing a notice to mariners, put out some buoys and said they're going to take the buoys. That was really simple. Everyone could understand that.
Julie, did you had your hand up?
Yeah, no, I think that it's, sorry, I'm a little cloudy headed. I think that there has been a lot of discussion on this, and I don't think I agree with Stephen's point in that this has been posted. There's nothing about this that's like last minute or whatnot. And so I feel like, I guess I have a question too, procedurally. Do we have to close the public hearing first? Will we engage in this conversation?
May I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we extend the public hearing. I move that we extend the public hearing until July 13th.
I just made the motion to close it.
No, you asked the question if we had to, and I already said I wanted to make the motion. I asked Matt. Josh asked if I would. Carolina asked if I would make the motion. We had a conversation. I would like my colleagues to entertain carrying the public hearing over till July, so that the 141 people who signed that letter and another 60 or so who indicate they stand behind it. And the 119 people who showed up tonight with concerns could have a dialogue. They've asked for a dialogue. These are our neighbors. And I think
of course, Josh, they're all our neighbors, and so is the Osborne. So I just don't want to forget the 400 people that live there. And I guess, you know, I think it's a reasonable I don't know the point that you made about the illustration and whatnot. That's not what we're voting on. We're not voting on an illustration. We're voting on a zoning text amendment. So what actually comes, the plan, that's what happens next. The specifics of the plan is what happens, and if there's plenty of room. I know from my own experience going through a renovation, plenty of conversation that happens at the bar level, and then obviously at planning commission. So I don't think that the conversation ends, and I think it continues. And my biggest fear about this is that I have watched the conversation devolve, and it's gotten nastier, and it's gotten a little bit more divisive in the community. And I'm not convinced that more time makes it nicer. I feel like it makes it meaner, and I'm done with that, truthfully.
I don't think anyone this evening was nasty from the public or mean from the public. I thought it was incredibly respectful.
And for the most part, Josh, that represented a sea change, because there's been terrific hostility evidenced towards the Osborne in earlier hearings. But I agree with Julie that the illustration was a red herring, and it's certainly not typically asked of a party in a zoning process. We did that to try to help public comprehension. But in fact, the zoning text amendment has been moving along in fairly clearly stated prose throughout 10 public hearing meetings over multiple years. And at the last minute, I sense that the community is concerned that they have not entered into the discussion before, and would now like to initiate a discussion when the Osborne has been before us for 3 years. And from my perspective, it's just not fair.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we gave the Osborne 3 or 4 adjournments when they were supposed to be meeting with us in March. And we gave them because they asked for it, because they weren't ready to do their presentation for whatever reason, which is fine. I thought that was good. They
were trying to comply with requests that we made of them that were decidedly unusual. That is, we have gone far beyond what is typically asked for in a zoning process.
My understanding was...
Steve Rabel?
I'm sorry, Councilman Nathan, I didn't mean to interrupt your sentence. Just as a point of fact, we actually wanted to present in March, but were adjourned at the council's direction, and then later adjourned in April in response to a request for an updated traffic study. Thank you.
Okay, I got notes telling me that the Osborne had requested the adjournment, but either way, whoever requested the adjournment, there was a decision that more time was needed to get things right. The neighbors who have come and attended these meetings and listened, and yes, Mr. Mayor, there has been a sea change, because it's sinking in that there are very reasonable asks being made by the Osborne, and there are some discrete concerns by some of the neighbors that I think are addressable, and they've asked for some time. I think giving them time to have a meeting with Matt, and as there was a gentleman toward the end whose name
but
I
Josh,
can't remember, who
said done enough. Matt already said he's fine where he is.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. There was a gentleman at the end who very nicely said, look, let us have our meeting. And then we've tried. And if we succeed, great. And if not, then council, make your decisions. I would like to be able to support what the Osborne wants to do. But I would also like to see the neighbors have what they've asked for in terms of process for that opportunity. It has been years by some count, and it's been a couple of months by another count in terms of when all of this material came out collectively. And it's been days in terms of final. And then even tonight, we got a side agreement and a plan illustrating something at 446, which I don't know if the neighbors have and the public have had a chance to see.
Josh, it was the same plan on a different picture. It was.
Well, then why did it need to be submitted? It was meant to clarify, but it was meant to clarify.
They have just been trying to give us the most helpful, aid
so why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we?
It doesn't mean that there's any changes.
Like, why wouldn't we extend that to the neighbors and the public?
Because Matt has already said that he's good where he is because he's already given as much as he can. It's the analogy is you're putting an addition in your house and zoning board says, we're going to take a look. But you know what? We're going to poll all your neighbors before. They'll all have to comment on your addition. And then, you move forward. I don't know. I mean, that's the analogy I see here.
Well, very often the neighbors in a zoning situation like that, or in a BAR situation, in a BAR, sit down and talk to each other.
And he has acquiesced on FAR, on where the parking is located, on the number of stories, on the arboretum status, on keeping 50 acres all together. Let's see, on impervious surface, on the amount of building coverage that the whole site will have. He's already acquiesced on all of these.
Setbacks.
What else? I'm probably missing one or two.
No, there was 138% reduction in setbacks.
Easement for the Osborne School drop-off and pick-up problem situation they have. So, I don't know.
You have a lot of people asking for an opportunity, not just one or two.
We had two motions out at once. One motion was to close the public hearing, and the other was to adjourn the public hearing till the July meeting. I would suggest that we have a vote on.
Was there a second for either?
There was not a second for either.
No. So
I'll second Julie's motion to close the public hearing.
So that's the motion before us. May I have a vote on the motion to close the public hearing?
There's no discussion?
I think we just had the discussion.
So I would, given the context of this motion and the prior discussion, I would recommend a roll call on closing the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Henderson.
You're muted, Bill.
I can't hear you.
Me?
No, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Councilwoman Hurd?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Nathan?
No. I would.
Councilwoman Souza?
Yes.
Councilman Stacks?
Does this need the supermajority as well as the regular vote, Kristen?
No, it does not. It's just a simple majority.
I guess it doesn't matter, actually. No.
Mayor Cohen?
Yes.
Can we have a little further discussion, knowing that Ben is voting no on closing the public hearing?
But it's over. The 5-2 carries. We're closing the public hearing, right?
Public hearing has now been closed. I don't know what, if any, other motions may be made procedurally or substantively.
Is a vote on the motion, a vote on the zoning text amendment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's the next vote.
So that's the motion.
Somebody needs to make that motion.
So the resolution that's put before you and the public, I'm not going to read it all. It's been out only since Friday, but it's a little lengthy. It's a resolution that includes both the seeker negative declaration and it approves the zoning text amendment. They're both in there. This resolution does require this 3/4 vote, so 6 in favor in order for it to pass.
Can I ask a question? Just about procedurally, the secret and the text amendment. Is there going to be a presentation on the secret amendment in terms of the secret declaration? Because, or you just want to vote? Because I have questions about some of the specifics in it. Because you're asking us to agree to check marks that have changed. So I do have questions. They're just questions, but I think it's important to know the answers.
I think we should hear the questions.
So my first question or comment is on page 4 of the resolution, which ends with, which in between the June 10th Westchester County planning letter and the June 15th meeting, there was some information that was posted to the public on Friday and today. I think that should be in the whereas clause. But that's a comment, not a question.
Sure. Can you make that change?
I would like that change to be in there if we're going to consider this resolution. And then there's a statement on page 5 that says there are no moderate to large impacts identified. And that leads me to questions about some of the sections in the environmental assessment form, the portion that the council is involved in. And so I'm not sure who's best to answer these. It may be Christian Miller since he prepared this, and I'm fine with that. And I'll just move through them. I see he is surfaced.
I can't hear you though, Christian.
I don't know if Christian can speak.
Could he call in on his phone?
You could try that. I don't know, Christian, could you try calling in? Alternatively, Christian, if you want to call my desk phone, I don't know if I put you on speaker, if you can hear and then they could hear you. I don't know if that would work. It's 967-7074. You can call my cell. Okay, I have you on speaker. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can people on Zoom hear Christian through my cell phone? All right.
Yeah.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Technology issues
Apologize
solved.
for this, but I don't know what's going on.
So on page, I'm looking at the full environmental assessment form, part 2, identification of potential project impacts, and it's pages 1 through 10. So that's where I am, and it's the one that you put in front of us after the resolution. I think there's an identical one that the Osborne submitted in their proposal, but I'm working off of the one you gave us. I'm not sure if it's identical. I think it is. So I just have some of the questions, maybe really simple, yes, no answers, and some of them might be more. So I'll just go through. So I'm on 1D, the excavation and removal of more than 1,000 tons of natural material. I just don't have an understanding in terms of the scale of the possible projects, what that means. I don't know what 1,000 tons, is that a building or would that be 20 buildings? I just want some context for how he answered that as not a big deal.
So just as a general, and this was sort of the parameter, the opening remarks in the background, the attachment. Mm-hmm. This is sort of the challenge that we have in the assessment, or this is the way we do this. The actual zoning text amendment doesn't trigger any physical change to the land or to the earth. And so that aspect of this, you could say, well, the zoning change itself doesn't cause any of these things, but that's not how we do it. What we do is where we can, to the best of our ability as possible, try to define where we can some of the things that can be quantified. This is how this is done. Without a plan, we have a concept maybe, and so that's sort of where we are. For the purpose, it's not so that we say, look, this has no impact on the land. Where we know things, we try to identify those. But again, because this is legislative, this is a zoning change, this is not a specific site improvement, we're dealing with some of those parameters. That's how we do this analysis for a zoning text amendment. As a result, you should also know there's a subsequent phase when there is a more detailed thing. For instance, this project may be phased in over time. So there could be a proposal that only involves the extension of the existing nursing home facility. That would be subject to all of that. But this is trying to look at that in totality where we can and trying to quantify these things. So based on that, I don't believe there was anything in the project sponsors part 1 that exceeded that threshold of 1,000 tons. That's largely what I relied upon in making that assessment, and therefore checked it no as a smaller or no or small impact.
Got it. I appreciate that context and understanding the art of trying to answer that question, and I thank you for that. In the next one, 1E, and those are the only 2 questions I have on this page, just so people can keep up. It says the proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. In everything I've heard, it sounds like this could go on for years and in many, many phases. I don't know that that's a bad thing. I just don't understand how the answer is no or small impact may occur, because I think it will go on for, I don't know that even matters, but it just seems like that would be the wrong box there.
Well, I would say that a phased project doesn't necessarily mean that it's a moderate or large impact. Sometimes phasing is a way to actually mitigate impacts so that you're spacing things out, and that at the time a specific proposal is made, which again the zoning text wouldn't do, that might actually be a desirable way of mitigating a project as you might see it in the future.
Okay. It may be. I'm just, but we wouldn't say that it.
Rationale for that assessment, and I mean, we have projects for single-family homes that go on for more than a year.
Right. That's why I sort of figured that this would be hard to say. It wouldn't go on for more than a year.
Right.
So I would encourage us to at least check the other box, but I leave that to you. That's what I would. It's just my read on it. On the next page, I'm trying to be efficient here. So impacts on surface water, and this, I'm asking about this because we say no here. And when you and I met on June 1, and we looked at this, you shared with me the Westchester County letter from the first submission, and it talked about water ultimately being sort of, there's a statement about, please be aware that water will from the Osborn runs into the Blind Brook and on into the Beaver Swamp, those two basins. And so I'm just wondering, how the answer is there's no surface water impact on streams, rivers, and ponds. At the very least, it would seem yes, there is, but maybe it's minor or it's contained or something. But I struggle to say no, there isn't.
Yeah. So first of all, fully appreciate the sensitivity about runoff and the context of Ida and flooding events. But you really have to look specifically at the questions that are being asked on this form. And what that is asking is, are these specific water resources being impacted? And what's somewhat unique about this site, it's not in a flood zone. It has no floodways. It's well outside of a 500-year flood zone, or it has no wetlands. It has no, it's not even in really close proximity to any water resources. Hence the reason when you look at this, it's not going to adversely impact those. The reason you would check yes, potentially, is that it would not be a no, but it would be in that column of a no or small. So if you deemed it to be no or small, then it would be yes. But in this instance, when you look at these, there's not going to be withdrawal of any water from a surface water body. There's not going to be discharge of wastewater into a surface water. I mean, when you look at each of these boxes, it does not apply. And I appreciate, in the context of all the concerns about stormwater runoff and flooding, how that might seem a little odd. But when you look at the form and look at what it's asking for and looking for what the lead agency should be evaluating, that's why it's answered that way.
Okay, I hear you, and I appreciate that. On the next page, page 3, impact on flooding, and here we say no. So I accepting your comments on impacts on surface water, and now I get the distinction. Here, it seems to me the answer, if that one's no, then this one is yes, at least in terms of D and E, in terms of drainage and floodwater flows that contribute to flooding, because this could impact our two of our major floodplains, and the one that's most complicated for us being Blind Brook. So it seems to me the answer, at least here, would be yes, even if we were to then start to answer the specific questions as no or moderate. But D and E certainly seem to be implicated.
So I could agree on D, but it would be a small one. I would think E, that's not what this is asking for. E is where you're like within physical close proximity, or within a flood zone, or the project would physically alter a floodway or a flood it would not be in that more general sense that this is very far away from those kind of resources. But I don't disagree that if you were to check yes for this box and make a D at least a no or small impact, I don't think that's an unreasonable. I think that's consistent at least with what the form is looking for you to do.
Okay. If I may, Blind Brook is absorbing all the runoff from an 11-mile watershed with all the accelerated runoff from impervious surface from the airport down to us, except for the portion of our drainage, the City of Rye's own drainage that goes to Long Island Sound. It's all going into Blind Brook. So I think we just need to appreciate that any additional runoff from the Osborne property will have, if any effect, a very small effect on what is in Blind Brook.
So I hear that and I appreciate that. I'm taken back to our meeting with Ramble where we talked about the impact of, mere inches of water and the momentum and the gathering, and that by the time it gets down to here, it's substantial. So that may be correct. I don't know. We don't have an engineering analysis for that, but maybe what you say is adequate. I don't know. I'm asking the question. So I'll march through go ahead, Christian. I'm sorry.
Also is a yes. Ultimately, this is a form that's used as a guide to reach you to a conclusion of whether this project or this proposed action results in a significant adverse environmental impact that warrants the preparation of environmental impact statement. And so I'm providing an explanation as to how I've interpreted this form, and I think what it says in the context of the project, but I'm just sort of presenting that.
So, okay, that's helpful because each of us on the council has to be comfortable, maybe not with the answer to every single question. We might not all come out the same way on all of them, but we're not signing off on Christian Miller's conclusion. We are the ones making the conclusion. This is the analysis that we as a group go through either in public deliberations or privately on our own. Am I correct? Understanding that legally or practically, Christian?
Yes. You don't need consensus on every single box on the form. You need consensus that your ultimate conclusion as a lead agency is that it doesn't have a significant adverse environmental impact.
I see. Okay.
And I think for clarification for the public, all of these will go through engineering review, which will make sure that all the runoff is absorbed and taken care of, and there's a whole management system in place.
But we're saying tonight, if we approve this, that the impacts are not significant enough to stand in the way of approving this negative declaration.
Zone change, but it is not. It does not mean that at a subsequent phase for the planning commission, that if it comes in for site plan review, it's going to have to go through this process again based on a very specific plan, and they could reach a different conclusion, and as a result, require additional studies and process. This is about the proposed action of the zoning text amendment, and we're doing what we can where we do know where there might be impacts to doing our best to assess that.
Right. So it's not about specific buildings. It's about the new permeable, impermeable surface ratio in reality. You don't know where the building is going to be.
Generalized approach. I mean, let's for instance say you had a project that would involve relocating a stream or building in a floodway or those kinds of triggers that lead you down a different path. This is, I'm certain for many of you, the first time you've sort of looked at this, and I'm just trying to provide the guidance in the context of how these things are typically done.
Hey, Josh, if it's helpful, this number 5, it says the proposed action may result in development on land subject to flooding. The Osborne is at the top of the hill there. They're not, Osborne is not subject to flooding. So the answer is no. And I think that's the analysis. Once the answer is no, you don't have to answer the other questions. And that's why it's filled out the way it is. I believe that's how I read it.
That is correct.
Okay. Just trying to understand what I'm being asked to vote on.
This isn't always easy to understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading it, and I read it, and I just got. But thank you for that, Bill. I appreciate that distinction. I'm not sure what the definition of lands subject to flooding, whether that's isolated to just the property or whether any flooding beyond that is relevant, because then I would go back to item 3. But anyway, we've talked about it. I'll move on. On page 4, in the original SECRA draft, it said there was no impact on plants and animals, and now it says there is impact on plants and animals. Did something change, or is it just a new opinion? I mean, I don't have any. I just didn't. I saw that it changed from the one from April of 2021 or 2020, the one you gave me on June 1st that I studied carefully, and then I studied this one after.
At that time, and don't quote me on it because my memory is poor, we had a similar discussion by the council as we're having now, going page by page, item by item. There may have been a change. I can't recall specifically. That may have been one of the changes. The other thing is we have more information now in terms of the project. We didn't have the illustrative plan necessarily, and so we're able to make some assessments. So here again, this box now is saying yes, but that it's a no or small impact. And if any of them are small, then you have to check yes. And that's what leads you down the path.
Got it. So let me ask this, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but are these the information that leads to these changes and this information that causes us to revisit the analysis from the first time to the second time? Is that informed by your independent analysis, or is that informed by the Osborne's updated submission, or is it both, or is there other things that go on just mechanically so the public understands what thinking gets to these conclusions?
This is not the first conversation the council's had about the specific conversation like we're having now about the environmental assessment form. So some of it may have been the result of that prior conversation. I just can't recall, but just how we approach the form. The way this is done is that there's an environmental mapper that automatically identifies whether the project area may fall within areas of potential threatened or endangered species. It does not. So, and that's automatically triggered by the DEC mapper. So then you're left with just sort of localized populations of plants or animals that may be, that kind of habitat. So
by mapper, do you mean a software thing or book, or do you mean not a person, not an independent expert?
No, it's done by the when you go and fill out the part 1 of the environmental form, it automatically generates those
Okay, so the universe of expertise in this is yourself and then the Osborne's folks, and there's not any other expert, and then the conversations between the council and you.
The environmental mapping program.
And the mapping program. Well, that's for number 7, but for the
State Department of Environmental Conservation, yeah.
Their program, not their people don't come in and look at this.
No,
correct. It's resources you access that is their database.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions on, well, hang on 1 second. I did, but maybe you answered it. Just give me 1 second here. All right. So on page 6, look at that. We get to skip a page. On page 6, number 9, what is officially designated scenic views where there is no or small impact? I just didn't know what an officially, do we have any of those in Rye? Or is this a no or is this a small impact? I just want to understand that.
I don't know of any. Andy, I'm looking at you. Is that also automatically generated by the environmental mapper? If there are, I think sometimes it is. I just don't have that part 1 in front of me at the moment.
Okay, so this is like there's a list someplace, and there isn't one here.
Yeah, no, and there might be some sort of local thing that's identified, but we don't have anything like that. Like,
okay, so I want to make this easy. So this box is checked where because it says no or small impact may occur. The answer to this one is you're checking it because the answer is no, not because there's some small impact.
It might be. Is the proposed action visible from any publicly accessible vantage point? Obviously, the answer to that is yes. It's surrounded by 3 streets and they're all public. Will you see this? The answer is yes. The assessment being made here is that impact will be small or no impact.
Right, that's C, but B, I was asking about B, you checked the box because it was the no, not the small impact.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Those, yes.
All right, no, that's great. But I do have the question about C. So is that just subjective? The visibly accessible public vantage points it's a subjective choice between whether it's small impact or large impact.
Correct, and part of the assessment being done here, and that's sort of described in the attachment, is the reliance upon the provisions in the zoning text amendment that do things like increase setbacks that are greater than exist today, lower story height than it exists today, more specific requirements regarding screening, and these are all things related specifically in the zoning text amendment. And that's the supporting rationale for that. And much of that relates to the fact that while there is an increase in overall development, that the setback, the height, and the screening requirements, and maybe some other provisions, but quickly summarizing, that those things result in a small or no impact.
Okay. I mean, I would think that 10 buildings that you would then see from Boston Post Road or Osborne Road, maybe not from Theo Fremd or Playland Parkway, but on 2 sides, I would think that it is a large impact. Whether it's bad or good is another thing, but I would think that would be, to me, moderate to large impact.
No. It's not whether it's good; it's whether it's significantly adverse. So if it's that's your question. So if it was deemed to be adverse, then that's our assessment.
Okay, so it has to be adverse.
If it's good, then it's no impact.
Okay, so it's not that it can be seen; it's whether it's adverse.
Correct.
Okay. And then that would be the same thinking around D then? 9D?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to ask the same questions twice. All right. E.
And I should also point out, because it's also about this idea of a stark contrast, and I appreciate that people have different points of view about this, including those on the council. There's a residential context that surrounds this, a single family residential context that surrounds this property. But there's also office buildings, multifamily housing, you know, a major roadway, you know, so you're sort of looking at it in that fuller context, a medical office building. So that's also part of it. And we do have a discussion about specifically about the relationship to the single family structure, the single family neighborhood, and specifically about a lot of the effort that was done to reduce the amount of encroachment and building height in that corner we'll call the Osborne Thiel area, because obviously that was an area of a lot of attention, as we heard this evening and in prior public hearings.
So I guess to me, I mean, stark contrast on obviously on the side that backs up against Con Ed and all of that, you know, there's not, to me, a stark contrast. And on the side that backs up against West Med and St. Regis, I would agree there's no stark contrast. But along Osborne Road and Boston Post Road, I would think, you know, this quantity of development is a stark contrast. I mean, that to me, from two of the vantage points and actually the traveled vantage points that the single family home neighborhoods are in, it's a stark contrast. To me, I think the other two boxes have to be checked.
And this is anyone, but the other, also saying the stark contrast also means that the proposed action is a stark contrast. In other words, the inadequacy of the setbacks, the inadequacy of the story height limitations and floor building height, the inadequacy of the specific provisions regarding landscaping, the totality of the proposed action, the totality of that text amendment would lead you to think that this would be still a stark contrast to those surrounding residential neighborhoods, and as such, you would indicate it's moderate to high.
Yeah, I think it's moderate to high because I think, you know, we're increasing the density of that area by 60% or something. So I would ask that
I'm explaining all of this for the benefit of the full council and obviously the public. And again, this is part of the conversation, which is good and healthy because ultimately it's going to lead to the consensus of the council as lead agency, whether this should be subject to a positive declaration. So this dialogue is part of that assessment.
Great. Maybe what would be helpful is if I'll ask my questions, but I want to understand the difference between a positive and negative. You explained the difference to me of a positive and negative declaration, and probably all of my colleagues know it far better than I do. They've been on the council longer than me, except one, and he's smarter than me, but also for the benefit of the public. But let me just go ahead with the questions. Well, actually, what does a positive declaration mean?
Let's finish the form.
Okay, fine.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. I want to make it easiest for you and speediest. So E, the proposed action may cause a diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource. That again seems to me to be a large impact because again, we're increasing the density and the quantity of buildings. And on two sides, I think it makes no difference whatsoever. But from two vantage points, I think it is significant to those neighborhoods, differently for each, maybe more so to one and not so much to another. I don't know, but those D&E, I'm concerned that we're answering those questions. I would say they're moderate to large for those two. That's my questions on page 6.
Where are we exactly? I'm sorry, I've lost the thread.
Sure, I'm sorry, Josh.
Well, I think we're on page 6, item 9, impact to aesthetic resources. And, I think in essence, this form is suggesting that maybe the consensus of the council is that that the impacts to aesthetic resources are small or none. And I think Councilman Nathan is suggesting that he's of the opinion that it's moderate to large. So,
well, we're talking again about the zoning text amendment
and the proposed action and what that build out theoretically might involve. But so that's where we are.
So I would. We don't know what the build out is going to look like at all. We have an illustration, which is a red herring. We have an applicant that has excelled at producing a beautiful campus. So I wouldn't jump to a conclusion at this stage that there's any. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the precise language that we're dealing with. But I'll just cast it in terms of moderate to large impact. I'm not prepared to take that view.
Okay, so I think what we're doing is we're using this guide as a discussion point for this conversation as to impacts, and 7 members, 7 opinions. That's fine. I think where we want to take this is let's accumulate this and get to the end and say, all right, so. I mean, we did agree that on page 5, there was no adverse impact to agricultural resources.
Yep.
Yes.
no doubt about it.
There may, of course, be a small garden planted.
So we can cross that one off the list and maybe some others, but let's keep going through the form. So if there's any questions, and then I can tell you where this leads us. That pause deck, neck deck, and we can go from there.
Okay, I'll try to move quickly. Just conceptually, though, on this D&E, and I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, your comment about we don't know. So in the context of this, we're talking about potential, right? I mean, you sort of evaluate the potential. You're doing a lot of best guessing, so you're looking at potentials here.
It potentially adverse.
Right. And so potentially stark contrast.
It's a very subjective area. I mean, let's face it. You're going to have that building looks nice. That building looks ugly.
Maybe an improvement from the cottages, or and they have provided enough screening and separation, and
right.
all of. I think it may be helpful for him to understand what's positive and what's negative. And then, I mean, this form has been produced by the staff. They're professionals doing these. And so I think we need to take that into account as well, right?
I am, and I'm really grateful because I'm glad I didn't have to fill it out. But I also realized we're owning it. The staff are the professionals and experts who help us, and Steve Rabel is a professional and expert, and Andrew Tong. I mean, I don't doubt the quality of the experts surrounding us. I just want to know what it is I am signing on to.
Josh, we don't own this form. This is a form filled out by the staff so we can make our declaration. This is to help us make our declaration. And so I wouldn't be concerned about whether boxes are checked or not. You can ask questions. I mean, if you have questions about the form, I think that's fine. But I worry about the form.
I'm sorry, both Councilman Nathan and Henderson. I just want to make it clear. Part 2, this is your form. It's DEC's form to help you get to a conclusion, but you own the answers. This is the lead agency's responsibility. So we've given you recommended answers or boxes to check, but ultimately you're, as the lead agency, responsible for this part 2 of the EAF.
And look, this is an area of conversation. Obviously, you have to be. I mean, if you haven't gone through the months of public hearings, this is an area of greatest attention. I would say among the is the aesthetic impact of this project. But I think what I'm hearing from the council, there might be a difference of opinion. That's fine. Maybe just to facilitate this, let's just keep moving, and we can summarize at the end.
Great, thanks. And my questions are they're questions. They're not. I understand the principle underlying what the Osborne wants to do, and I'm a fan of the organization and what it does for its residents and for the residents beyond the Osborne. So I want to know what I'm putting my name to as a member of the council and what we're all coming together around. So in my opinion, D&E are moderate to large impact in terms of at least potential, may occur just because we don't know specifically. Okay.
Sounds good. I'm just trying to provide a rationale as to why certain things were answered, and then if the council agrees, fine. If they don't, that's also fine.
Thank you.
Ultimately, can I just ask? I think we may not agree on all the check boxes. At the end of the day, what we're asked to agree or disagree on is the overall verdict, right? So I think that's important to keep in mind, and I have no problem with continuing to, make sure you understand, Josh, but I also want to be really respectful of the public's time who's still here too. And let's just ask those questions as efficiently as possible, please.
I'm marching through. I think the public cares. I think that's why they're here. But I'm just going through it. So number 11, I'm on page 7 now. So on page 7, impact on open space and recreation. So in the first draft of this, it was checked yes. And
that's not right.
Now it's checked no. So I just want to understand why.
I'm going to go with D.
I'm sorry?
I would concur with that. Item D, the proposed action may result in the loss of an area now used informally by the community as an open space resource. We had a whole conversation about that this evening, and I'm not going to rehash it, but I should say that in the attached, we discussed that.
Right.
And essentially saying that area down by Osborne and Thiel is privately owned, but it is informally used. The zoning text amendment would not would preserve that area only in the sense that there wouldn't be buildings there because of the setbacks. How that area is used, how that area is programmed, that's not really part of it. It's just how that would be adversely impacted. Well, the answer to that is that area that we're talking about is not being built upon. That area that we, essentially, we talked about the proximity of that line relative to the fence and that sort of thing. But it is not as though we've reduced, right now that setback is 160 feet. Now it's 300 feet for a 3-story building and 400 feet for a 4-story building.
Right.
Or more than 3 stories, rather.
Right. And 240 for parking, which would mean the fence would move.
So that's the rationale for saying there is this open space area. It's private land. It's informally used. We're not making a statement as to whether it will continue to be that way or not be that way, but we can make a statement that the proposed zoning text amendment does not put a building in that area or parking up to 240 feet.
All right.
That's the rationale.
Okay, because C and D were both checked yes on the prior draft of this by everyone, and so now it's different. So I think those should be checked because again, we're talking about potentials. I know we don't know what's going to happen, but I would support checking.
Discusses that, so it is not consistent. So we will go ahead and fix that.
On 12, impact on critical environmental areas, I think it was checked no last time, and now it's checked yes. So what did we learn?
I don't think we may not have realized playland is so within 1 mile. Is that what the change was, Christian?
No, it's actually Playland Parkway. Yeah, and so that's why I changed it.
Okay.
It includes Playland and Playland Parkway. I don't think it's a small to moderate, or it's no impact to a small impact. This will not even be visible from Playland.
Okay, so what's environmentally impacted? Just the parkway?
And Playland.
And Playland.
So a critical environmental area, Josh, those are specifically designated areas that will come up on the environmental mapper.
I see. So this is generated from that database. I mean, it's based on a set of standards. It's not really subjective.
Correct.
Okay, so you corrected it to meet the standard. Okay, I get it. Thank you. On page 8, so we're getting there. On page 8, impact on energy. Item D, it says may involve heating and cooling of more than 100,000 square feet of building area when completed. Are we talking about 400,000 square feet when this is done? So isn't that a major or moderate impact? At least a moderate impact? Like it's 4 times the number that's there.
Could be. It will involve heating or cooling, but it could also involve renewable things like geothermal, which has become very popular. We know there's the ability to even use gas is restricted, and then of course other renewables, solar and so forth. And there's also a net aspect to this.
So renewables don't count as heating and cooling?
Existing buildings would be removed that are less energy efficient, being replaced by buildings that are more energy efficient. But you are correct, in total, it will include heating and cooling of more than 100,000 square feet.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be at least, I mean, regardless of the ultimate conclusion, that would be moderate impact.
I have no idea what the
threshold, but I don't know that it's necessarily large to moderate impact. But
these could be Leeds buildings? I mean, we have no idea what these buildings, how efficient these buildings will be.
So does the efficiency take you out of the heating and cooling question?
Well, aren't they asking about energy use?
It just says heating and cooling. So my question is
under the energy heading, no?
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, if the type of energy. Sorry.
Put moderate to large on that one.
Okay. On 15 impact noise, odor, and light. Item B talks about may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any resident, hospital, school, etc. Obviously, it will.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if there'll be blasting.
Yeah, I think Matt has just said that they're taking pains to avoid rock removal.
I think what's interesting here, though, is with this form speaks to the sensitivity of the public dialogue that you've heard has been about sensitivity to the school, which is completely understood. But there's also another sensitivity, which is the facility itself. It's a nursing home.
Right.
It's hospital-esque, which is one of the categories, and nursing home, but also a school. So it's going to be within 1,500 feet. I don't know if there's going to be blasting.
Right, but if there's any blasting, it's going to hit 3 of the things. So I don't know that it's. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't be staged in a way, and frankly, since the Osborne is the nursing home, I'll accept their opinion on whether they care about it 100%. I don't, I mean, while we have a duty to the Osborne and their residents, I think they're collectively saying they're not concerned about this. But, the school and the residences are impacted. And so, I don't know.
Josh, I don't know that they're not concerned about. We're just not there yet. I mean, I feel like some of this stuff is about what a future plan might be, in which case this process goes through again. So I just think right now there's too many unknowns because there is no site plan, right? So whether or not there actually are given that plan, whether or not these things come to fruition will be reevaluated at that time. So not knowing, are they going to need to blast or not? No, like how do you discern that? That comes up in the next round.
I agree that's a tough. So that's why I'm asking about potential, because I think sort of the art of this, from my understanding of Christian's opening comments when I started asking questions, was you're sort of doing the best you can. You're looking at potentials. You're looking at the different scenarios that could happen. I have no doubt people will do the best they can. I want to know when I'm being asked to sign off on that.
Yeah, no. Let's just continue with the questions and people are starting to fall off.
If there is blasting, it's a large to moderate. So we can, that's.
Yeah, that would be appropriate.
As a council, keep that in mind when you look at your final determination.
And then on impact on human health, I just didn't. We didn't answer B through M, and I don't want to go through B through M unless, if you have a simple answer that says they're all irrelevant, or we just forgot to check something, and I don't know, do we need to have a conclusion about those?
No, so it should be checked. The EAF does indicate that there's a remediation project. It's way down by the Beaver Swamp Brook. You should know that does exist but there's no solid or hazardous waste. I didn't see anything there that would be a moderate to large impact.
Okay, so all of those would just get the no small, correct. The no or the small. Okay, so that's just the typo.
I think it was a no, but then I saw the A, which is that 15 feet, 15
right.
Feet of a school or
right.
Other things should have come along.
Right. And so would that fall under moderate to large the same way the prior one would? Just potentially?
I guess, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. And then that's it on page 9.
And again, the preamble to this actually may impact human health from exposure to new and existing sources of contaminants. That's the general parameter. This is the same form they use to evaluate landfills as they come in. Obviously, that's a different, as you would for something like this. So if you look at this overall context, remediation, contaminants, exposure, and then you put it within the context of, yes, you're within 1,500 feet of a school, you're hitting that threshold. But on the other hand, it's not involving that kind of activity.
Okay.
I just trying to put it in context.
Okay. So demolition of existing buildings doesn't matter because we know they're new.
Not in the context of health exposure and all of that.
Okay.
Hazard. I'm looking at H, hazardous waste, solid waste management facilities, generation of treatment and disposal of hazardous waste. And that's not this action. That's not what this zoning text amendment. It doesn't permit that kind of use.
No, B through M, I'm not asking about.
D
I appreciate. No, B through M, I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it was just A that I thought needed to be moved. The others I'm fine with. On 17 on page 10 of 10, that was where I have consistency with community plans, adopted land use plans. So I see it says no, and you gave me a copy of our plan book, and that was helpful. And then Kristen tonight mentioned that there are some other documents that are relevant to the community plan, that it's not just I was reading this, can you see it? This book that you gave me, but I know Bill has it. There's some other books, not books, but there's other documents, Kristen, that you identified. I just wanted to know.
For instance, another document is the zoning regulations. This is cited by, it's not just local plans, it's also community-wide regional plans, which is the Westchester 2025 plan.
Right.
Which it makes reference to. Those are part of the plan. It is true that it is consistency with a master or community plan. It's not necessarily a singular document. It's this totality of various planning documents and so forth. So, but just things specifically in the context of, the county plans, this, and there is a discussion in the attachment that goes through this relationship to abutting properties. It talks about I don't know. My mind melts at midnight. Relationship to other plans.
The other policies.
References, zoning intensities, uses. A lot of discussion about the consistency. This is not a wholesale change in a long-standing operation. It's always been sort of this nursing care, residential, senior-based. This is not a zoning change that is significantly changing the use of the property, and that's sort of the within the attachment.
Okay, just staying on this for just a second, Kristen. You had earlier rattled off a couple of specific documents, and I didn't write them down.
So the one thing that I recall saying was the local waterfront revitalization plan. That is a document, and actually I said that it is a document that exists, but I believe this project falls outside of the LWRP, so it wouldn't. Yeah, so it wouldn't apply in this instance. But the point of it was that the master plan is community plan. It's a broader defined, the definition is quite broad.
Okay. And so this, I mean, it just feels to me that maybe the better answer is yes, with maybe a lot of them just being no or small impact. Looking at it, but I don't know. I don't know. But I hear what you're saying. I see that the LWP doesn't matter. I certainly get that.
What would it not be consistent with?
Well, it's an increase. I don't know. It's an increase in density. I'm reading the 1985.
Kristen and Christian, I thought that you had assessed this for consistency with the master plan.
We have, and we
referenced it in the attachment. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure what it is we're talking about.
I'm just
whether the council agrees, and we're going through this exercise here. I know it sounds like it's just for the benefit of one council, but it's really for the benefit of everyone on the council, and so it's a healthy conversation as to the thinking of the council, and I'm putting forth a rationale, and if the council sees it differently, we can check some boxes differently, but
so our rationale. Sorry to interrupt, Christian. It's on what Christian drafted as the attachment to the EAF number 17.
Yeah.
So that's the rationale that got us to the no.
Okay, I see it. It just struck me as, given the multitude of documents, that maybe there's more to it. But I'm it's late. I just asked again. I'm just asking questions so I know what I'm being asked to adopt. I can move on to 18. Consistency with community character. Does the proposed project, is it inconsistent with the existing community character? I mean, I think that's the guts of what we've been talking about with the neighbors in the Osborne and the various comments tonight is, is it or isn't it, or is there a way for it to be consistent, or, and consistent can be, can evolve, because I certainly think it needs to evolve here. But I guess to me, as I look at A through G, I think there's a lot of discussion about, some of this, at least the aesthetics, and, architectural scale and character of the neighborhood. Right now, there's a sort of, there's green, and then there's one stories, and then there's a slow rise to the Osborne. And I think that kind of character can be, still achieved. But I think to say that there potentially is none is at least potentially, yes, there is. And then maybe it's no or small or we, but I struggle to say no to all, to just say it's not even relevant. Maybe you can
right?
give me some color to that.
If you're looking at it from the St. Regis or the West Med or the Office Park, it looks one way.
Right.
It's mixed.
Right. From two sides, it maybe has no relevance, and from two sides, it has relevance.
But let's look at the items that are enumerated. there's a difference between may and is, and the first may is replace or eliminate existing facilities of historic importance to the community. I would say no. May create a demand for additional community services. I would suspect that certainly not schools, but that we're not going to be hiring any policemen or firemen as a result. May displace affordable or low-income housing. No. May interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized public resources. No. And then we switch to is. Is inconsistent. Is inconsistent. And I don't think that we can say that.
Well, so I on some of your points, Mr. Mayor, I think you're completely correct. I would ask a question about A. Facilities and structures, unless I have a misunderstanding of the cottages, I'm assuming they're not, while they're extremely important, they're not of historical importance. But the open space and the way all of that, and the green space and the way all of that works, those are areas. Is that relevant, Christian, or not? I mean, again, I just want to know. I'm not. So that's 18A.
Well, I think it's the context. Does the council think that this proposed legislation, the totality of the proposed action, has sufficient setbacks, safeguards, building maps, building kinds?
Christian, this is with respect to what are we dealing with here that is of historic importance? This is stated in terms of historic importance.
It's not landmarked. It's not locally landmarked. It's not a national register.
So there's no impact.
Oh, so my question was just whether areas are relevant.
Have been discussed as being removed, and that's highly probable. But I don't know that those are of significant architectural or historic importance.
So I was just trying to get to whether areas includes open spaces and whether that's even relevant to this, or if I'm
read the full sentence. Areas of historic importance.
I hear what you're saying. I'm asking Christian whether it's relevant or not. If it's not relevant, I'm happy to move on.
No.
It doesn't seem to apply. It's not even locally landmarked.
Okay. And so on additional community,
if there's even one of these things, you could check it yes and then hit them all as no. That's another way to look at it. But I don't know that because of those categories, it doesn't appear to be.
So you broke up a little bit, but I took it as a no.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like any of it is falling for the majority of the council into
category.
Sorry, you broke up.
Where, is Kristen still there?
I am.
Your phone closer to the speaker, I think.
Okay. You've been plugged in now. You're trying.
I don't hear that the council is suggesting.
Can't hear you, Christian.
Listings that it is kicking to a moderate to large impact. But
okay.
We did get to page 10 of 10.
Yeah, let me I just have a couple questions on 18 and then I'll be done with 10 of 10. In B, with the EMS services, I know there's a side letter that came out tonight that we saw. Would the EMS services satisfy B? That side letter, is that the reason why we're not concerned about B?
That's a conversation for the council, of course, but there may be an impact in that sector. but there is this offer of contribution. The other thing is I know this is, but increases in services, there's none for the schools.
Right.
And it does generate property taxes that do serve to offset increases. So on that basis, that was the basis for me saying it's no or small.
Okay. And the EMS offsets, I mean, that's the only, I mean, that seemed to me pretty big offer from the Osborne to put forth the EMS offer to address that. Okay. So that just gets me to, E and F, which, I guess it changes the landscape. I don't know whether it's inconsistent or it's just different. Is that a point of distinction I should hang my hat on?
The architectural scale, this is what it says. Proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character that falls into, yes, there are single family neighborhoods, but also on the site, there's 4 and 5 story buildings or even greater that exist today. Obviously office buildings, Westmed Medical, St. Regis, and then there's a, major roadway, the Boston Post Road on the opposite side of that are residential homes, the backs of them. It's really this Osborne Road corridor in that area on, Coolidge, Thiel, Osborne. That's the context. And
ultimately, that's for the BAR to decide.
Well, just be careful, just because this is you're the lead agency for seeker on this. That's a part of the environment, the definition of environment.
So environmentally, the architectural scale on 2 sides, not really impacted at all. And on 1 or 2 sides, depending on your perspective, there's an impact.
Yeah,
potential
impact. There may be.
The school serves as the buffer, and then there's a lot of, this is the rationale provided.
Can we please focus, I'm sorry, Christian, can we please focus on the difference between may and is in this text? E and F are declarations of is, not may. F is, not may. The priors are may.
No, I understand that.
I'm certainly not prepared to say that the proposed action is inconsistent with either architectural scale or character or existing natural landscape.
I appreciate what is means. I'm asking, are we to consider that in the potential context that Christian laid out at the beginning, or is that not relevant when you're thinking about E and F? I get the grammar. We're talking about the potential design because we don't have a design. That's okay. I understand we're not going to have one. It doesn't make sense to have one. I'm not saying we should. I just want to know what, we checked no and dismissed all of them. I think, maybe the answer is no, it's small impact, or, it's significant for one side, but completely irrelevant to 2 sides and may or may not be relevant to a 3rd side. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's only one side where it's relevant. Maybe a portion.
We change that to yes and check all those boxes as either a no or a small impact, if that's a consensus of the council. But again, put forth a rationale for the lead agency's consideration.
I don't think that there's anything other than a no at the top of this. I don't know what other council members think.
I agree.
Me too.
It's 12:15 in the morning, and we still have an agenda.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll be done with 18 here. I mean, we checked it yes the first time, and now we've checked it no. And we checked no or small on some of them, and we didn't check some of the others. So that's really, my questions were driven largely by changes from the original recommendation in April of 2020 to the one we have now, and trying to understand the new recommendation, because I think we have a duty to take it very seriously, deliberate on it, and then act on it. And so I'm engaging in questions to assist in doing that.
Okay, I make a motion to vote on on these declaration, right?
I think we're looking for a motion that is both a vote on the zoning text amendment and a neg deck.
And a neg deck. Okay.
Christian, you were going to explain what a neg or pos deck means, or what it could mean, just so we understand, what changing the answers would mean.
Negative declaration is a statement that you don't believe the proposed action will have a significant adverse impact on the environment. That's what this resolution is proposing. The alternative would to say that you do find that it would have a significant adverse impact, or may have an adverse impact, and therefore you need to do a full environmental impact study, which involves a whole variety of requirements, a deeper dive. If you did all the time markers properly, it's probably a year-long process. I know that this is the many council members' first real assessment of impacts, and I understand the scale of this and the concern of the community. But this is not finding that fuller environmental impact statement would be necessary, but rather that the proposed action with all the changes as it's currently proposed doesn't appear to have a significant adverse impact on these environmental impact areas. Yeah. That's what this is.
Christian, not to confuse anything, but isn't it true that certain actions are required to be declared positive? They're enumerated in the code?
No, there's no mandatory requirement for any action to be automatically a positive declaration. Okay. Some actions can be type 1, and maybe because of they're defined as being more significant in that way.
Yeah. But this is not a type 1.
So just so I'm clear, is it the totality is not adverse, or is it any single one item is adverse that draws the difference between negative and positive? I thought it was one versus the totality.
It is, yes, it is any adverse impact. But
and to give you a sense of it, the positive declaration EIS process would be similar to what you may have seen in the adjacent community of Port Chester with the United Hospital redevelopment.
Where they have a brownfield, right?
But not even the scope and scale, but that's important. But the documentation, the preparation of the DEIS, the preparation of the FEIS, the preparation of a finding statement, all the totality of that is to give you a sense, to give you some familiarity with that kind of documentation.
Steve Rabel, you're raising your hand.
And I don't mean to interrupt your discussion. I know it's a substantive one, and I know it's late. But I did just want to emphasize, and I didn't want to interrupt while you were going question by question, that you're looking for potential significant negative adverse impacts tied to this action being the zoning amendment. And I would encourage the council to recall that the zoning amendment itself, unlike a site plan application, doesn't have a lot of specific impacts to be addressed, such as where a specific building is going to be or how it's going to be built. I would note that the current zoning does allow for tall buildings to be built on the property, so that's not really a change in potential impact, just as right now the Osborne could, though they, as far as I know, have no intention to, close out the green space. So once again, that's not a change in potential impact. I would also say that as part of your review as a secret lead agency, you've asked us to look at certain impacts that you felt were worth consideration. We provided you studies on those impacts, which, to the best of my knowledge, have not been refuted. So just as you're going through this and considering whether there's significant adverse impacts here, we've addressed, I think, in great detail what those might be and how those have been mitigated, if they existed at all, through our proposed zoning and zoning restrictions. So I just wanted to reframe it a little bit and make sure that didn't get lost in the shuffle. And anyway, I apologize for the interruption. Thank you.
Oh, Stephen, that's really helpful. Isn't it that we have to consider, and I'm just trying to get the standards straight. I don't want to send you down the EIS path. I appreciate that's not, I don't want to go there. I'm just trying to understand what sends us there and what doesn't. Is it that we have to look at the potential impact of the whole thing, and that if any single one of these items is a problem, that we have to at least get comfortable with that? Or is it, can you ignore some? Can you just say, well, there are some of these are a big deal, but in totality, we're not going to do that. I don't know what the law is here, so I can Google it. I don't want to do that. We've got two lawyers and a city planner who know a lot more than me.
Councilman Nathan, the standard is if the lead agency has determined that the proposed action may result in a significant adverse impact. I mean, that's the standard. What happens, and then what Christian was referring to, is you then prepare a lot of studies to see if that adverse impact can be mitigated, and if it can be mitigated to the maximum extent practicable. So then when you're looking at this neg deck, pos deck question, I would suggest or guide you to think, okay, well, it's subjective. It may, certainly if you're looking at community character, I guess, someone could say it may have a significant adverse impact, but then has the Osborne already done the studies? Have they already done typically you would require a visual analysis, some type of study that would give you an understanding of what it would look like. And here, again, you're dealing with an amorphous zoning text amendment, so you don't really know what it will look like, but they kind of did the study a pos deck would have required them to do. So sometimes applicants come in with a traffic study, as they did here, because it might result in a pos deck and you would have the traffic study done. So they did it kind of ahead of time. Similarly with the visual simulations. So
So is the threshold any environmental impact can lead you to an EIS, or is it the totality of all of them? It seems like it's either a super low threshold and we have to say there isn't anything to scoot under that, or we can be okay saying, well, there are some, but not enough in all of these things. Because I'm like looking at the second paragraph of the attachment.
The answer is any.
So if there are any environmental impacts, then that would send us down that path. And we're trying to avoid that.
If I may, it would have to be significant. And I would also note that what the significantly adverse, correct. And what I would also note is that the point of secret, what the case law would tell you is that what secret wants you to do is take the requisite, what it calls the hard look. And that's what the case law says. It says, if you're taking the hard look at these issues, if you're telling the applicant, go out and do this study, look at traffic, look at visuals, give us a massing plan, consider greater landscape. Tell us how you comply with the 1985 comprehensive plan. If you're taking the hard look at these issues, which you've asked us to do as lead agency, you're fulfilling your secret duties to the extent that what the courts would say is that you should not need an EIS because we've given you those studies, which I think is what Kristen was driving at earlier. So I just want to make that clear as well.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to second Carolina's motion.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just, as I'm listening to
There's
this,
a motion that's been seconded, Josh. I think that there's been a lot of explanation for your benefit.
well, I think there's discussion now, and I'd like to contribute to the
There's
discussion.
a seconded motion at 12:26 in the evening.
So there's no discussion.
I'd put it to your fellows. May we please have a vote?
Are you just Mr. Mayor? I just want to be clear. There's
motion.
There's no discussion on the motion. Is that what we're saying?
There has been discussion. You just discussed for 20 minutes.
No. I asked questions to understand what it is that we're talking about here, so I could understand the form. And I very much appreciate all of my colleagues, indulging me going to school here. And I very much appreciate Stephen and Kristen and Christian and all of us going through this so that I could understand the threshold, because we all have to understand the threshold. So
we've done our homework. We have done our homework. So now we're voting.
And I've been doing my homework, and so I had questions. My homework led to questions, and those questions have been addressed in large part. And so now there would be discussion on a motion. You made a motion.
May we please have a vote on the motion?
So there's no discussion on the motion.
Josh, we've been discussing all evening.
I just want to be clear that there's no discussion on the motion.
I think there has been discussion on the motion. So we differ on the point.
Is there a specific issue that you need clarified? I feel like we're dancing around a little bit. Is there a specific concern?
There's a comment I would make if I could have discussion on the motion, and you all may agree or disagree with it. But that's what deliberation is.
Can you make a comment?
My computer.
I'm happy to make the comment. I'm happy to make the comment.
Okay. We're all really tired.
My comment is this. It's real simple. Okay. In going through this form, Christian identified a number of items that we would potentially consider answering differently. Some of those items might cause us to say there are more concerns than this draft, and it's a draft that is recommended we review carefully. So I was doing the job that some of these items might cause greater concern than originally checked here. And in the light of 141 people or 200 people and 90 some odd people voicing concerns that are about the subjective aspects of this, I don't want to send this down the EIS path because I don't want to torture the Osborne with unnecessary studies. But I'm personally not comfortable voting yes, and I would like to be a vote of yes for a plan. But I'm not comfortable voting tonight on this because all of my questions, we had a great discussion. I really appreciate the dialogue with Christian. The goal was not to create answers, it was to understand it. I'd like us to fill out this form and all be comfortable that what we have as lead agency, that we collectively in our wisdom are able to support this. But there's a lot of technical answers here. There's agreement from our experts that some of these things could be filled out differently. And I'd like a chance, an opportunity as a representative of the community at large to look at that carefully and see whether it affects my view of this, particularly in light of the quantity of people who have raised concerns, some of which I think are irrelevant to what we're discussing tonight, some of which may be. So that's my discussion point. That's my view on the motion. Not on the form,
So
on the motion.
I will ask again for a roll call vote on the motion.
Can we clarify if we are voting on the negative declaration or the text amendment, or do we vote at the same time on both?
We're voting on both.
It's all part of one document.
Ready? Okay. Councilman Henderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Hurd,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Nathan,
For the reasons I've explained, I'm not comfortable voting at this time, so I'll vote no because I have no other option.
Councilwoman Souza,
Yes.
Councilman Stacks,
Yes.
Mayor Cohn,
Yes. Okay. Sorry that this has been so difficult and so long for everyone. We have other work that we absolutely have to do tonight. And that would include turning to the next matter.
Hey, Josh, excuse me. Could we take like 3 minutes?
Yes, people like.
And thank you all very much. And we appreciate everyone's time on this. And have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto to all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, could I ask a question before we break? Are we continuing with the whole agenda, or is there a chance that we're just...
No, we're only going to do what we absolutely have to do this evening,
Okay.
which may, well, Greg has been looking at it, but we have to do the rock removal waiver request, and we may have to just send the bar applications. I'm sorry, the wireless applications to the bar.
Okay. Is that stuff that you think we could move on quickly, or should we take a break?
Bill, can you hang in?
Sure. I was, all right. Yes, go ahead.